It's a beautiful sunny day in Paris. It's what we'd be saying if the weather was completely different. But have no fear, at Roland-Garros, the covers are on. The roof is shielding us from the tempestuous setting of day 8 of the Games. Isn't it a beautiful sight? The verdant sea of the 16th arrondissement, one of the most lovely parts of the city of Paris, a city of great institutions, of great buildings, and of one of the world's greatest sporting settings. Roland-Garros Stadium, which is doing a great trade in umbrella and poncho sales today. People are wet, but spirits are never dampened. This is exciting stuff. We've got medal matches aplenty coming up on this day of tennis action at the Paralympic Games. Youngsters arriving, fans of all ages, of all levels of experience of the great sport of wheelchair tennis, supporting so many nations and getting their photographs taken by the statues of the immortals outside the likes of Chateau and Longlong. Roland-Garros Stadium and the great Suzanne Longlong Court is hosting wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. A court named after the 6-time French Open champion and winner of 31 major titles. The weather is, well, best not talked about really. The roof on the court, the match is ready to take place. And as ever, the red clay, or white limestone with brick over the top of it, if one is being pedantic, is immaculate. Because this surface revolutionized clay court tennis in the 1920s. It changed for everyone the durability of clay court surfaces. They used to be unplayable for days and days after rain. Now they drain well, and even if they don't, you can always get the retractable roof in place. This is what's coming up in this session of competition. The women's doubles bronze medal match, followed by the quad singles bronze medal match, followed by the men's singles semi-final. Yes, it is a great day indeed, and it's great to have your company wherever in the world you are joining us from. The women's doubles bronze medal match, an all-Chinese affair, is about to take place. And, of course, things begin with the customary coup de bâton, the French classical theatrical tradition. Originally a technique used to inform the actors that the play was about to begin. Julien Benneteau, great in the world of French tennis. This will be struck with all of the precision of a well-timed forehand. You know, these tennis players are always getting it absolutely spot on. It's almost like they've got a sense of timing.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing China, please welcome
representing the People's Republic of China, the 4th highest ranked partnership in the competition, Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang. A new partnership for this year, and a very successful one, a very fine combination. And they will take on their own international teammates. For bronze, this is Li Xiaohui and Zhu Junjun, the number 3 seeds. Another relatively new combination. This is the 3rd time that they have met at international level. One is always a little cautious talking about head-to-head records when it's members of a national setup, because they will know each other's playing style very well. But Li and Zhu have won both of the international meetings, and they've both been on a clay surface. Wonderful to have their company, wonderful to have your company, and an absolute honour for me to be joined by one of the greatest experts in wheelchair tennis, a former professional player turned great administrator and coach in the sport. Joe Wallen sits alongside me. Interesting, Joe. This is going to be really interesting.
It is. It's going to be really interesting, and I just want to notice the joy on each of the players' faces as they came out, and also the coaches, right? You've got the coaches from the same country. Someone's going to come out with a medal here, and they were just so happy to be out here. We're really excited to get this match underway.
In particular, Guo Luoyao has an absolute effervescence to how she approaches a tennis court. She, as you say, looks thrilled to be there. She looks thrilled whatever the outcome of the match, and it transfers to how she plays, which is with a real vivacity, with an attacking intent. They're a really strong nation, aren't they, in wheelchair tennis, the People's Republic of China, and sometimes we don't get a sense of that across the regular season.
Yeah, they don't play a ton of matches on the ITF Uniqlo World Tour. They play a lot in World Team Cup, and this year they upset the Netherlands at World Team Cup, which was a major upset, and so they kind of come out of nowhere.
Well, for those of you who are new to watching wheelchair tennis, perhaps just a moment to look at the equipment itself, to look at the chairs is worth factoring in. A very particular chair design, Joe, is used.
Yeah, each of the chairs are really designed for each of the players' individual needs. You'll notice the everyday chairs, and the biggest change that you'll notice straight away are the wheels, how they're angled off, and that really is giving them the ability to move super fast, change direction. And then each player, based on their needs, will have different. You'll see some chair backs higher, you'll see some a little bit lower, some where their legs are positioned, but you'll see a tip bar in the back. They need that obviously for safety, and then the small wheels out in front. And when you see them and you see them serve and lean back, you'll understand very quickly why you need the tip bar. And then they strap in across usually the waist and the thighs, and then the knees, and sometimes the feet. They really want to become one with the chair, so they're able to move really fast.
The only real unique difference in the rules of wheelchair tennis, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with this having watched throughout the game so far, is the 2-bounce rule rather than the 1-bounce rule in the standing form of the sport. And important to state that only the first bounce needs to be within bounds. Doesn't matter where it lands the second time. And the reason I stress that is you will see a lot of second bounces that really take full advantage of the field of play.
They do, and you'll also notice, though, a lot of times they don't need the second bounce. The sport has gotten so much faster. Players gotten faster moving. They're hitting the ball bigger. They're hitting the ball with more spin. But as you said, the ball has to land inside the court, otherwise it's out, right? So the idea is for it to land really, well, I say not close to the lines, close-ish to the lines, and then it goes a lot over the heads. And you'll see the full court being used during this match.
We hand over now to Ali Chitkar of Australia, who is the chair umpire. Congratulations to him on his selection for a bronze medal contest at the Paralympic Games.
Please be clear by raising your racket or verbally asking me, okay? In this court, we have a shot clock there, 25 seconds going to the screen. And for the towel, you take pink, you take blue, okay? Any questions? No? All right. So, Paris 24 or racket? You choose. Racket is gone, okay? This racket. Receive? Okay. Yes.
So the formalities completed. Ali Chitkar has a master's degree in petroleum engineering, so you'd expect any contest under his stewardship to run like a well-oiled machine.
There is no electronic line calling in this event or in Roland-Garros. I would imagine by next year Roland-Garros they will have electronic line calling. So he may have to come out of his chair a few times, and players need to identify or ask for him to come out to check the mark, and then we'll see whether his master's degree helps him see whether the ball's in or out.
Well, let's talk about Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang. Very good first round performance. Look at that, only 2 games conceded against the partnership of Juan Mbanishi from Morocco, then beating Bernal and Rodriguez from Colombia 6-1, 6-4 before a tough encounter with Kamiji Yui and Tanaka Manami, the number 2 seeds from Japan. in the semi-final stage. We've seen some really strong performances from Guo and Wang thus far. Guo with a doubles ranking of 13, Wang 11, and they really are very much a new partnership. They're taking on Li Xiaohui and Zhu Junjun from the People's Republic of China as well. And what a fascinating path to get to the bronze medal match. A bye in the first round as the privilege of rank, number 3 seeds, then a walkover win in the quarter-final stage, the withdrawal of Monjane and Venter from South Africa, and then a loss in the semi-final stage to the top seeds. So they actually yet to win a match. Psychologically, that's fascinating, isn't it?
It is, actually. If you think about it, you're like, how did that actually happen? So it'll be interesting to see whether the wins that these two have had that we're looking at right now actually help them in this match, just because they've played, obviously, a few more matches and actually have some confidence coming into this.
Luo Yao yet to make a Grand Slam debut. That's also very interesting. Partnered by Wang Ziyang from Dazhou in the northeast corner of Sichuan province in the center of China, one of the most famous regions of the country for gastronomy. Sichuan food is known across the world, but it's also famous for its ancient scholars and writers, such as the Song Dynasty astronomer Zhang Xishun. It's center of early academic excellence in the ancient world.
So you talk about rankings and about Guo not being able to play any Grand Slams yet. The draws for the women have gone up to 16 most of the times, and so there's a wild card. So it's really, you've got to be top 15 in singles to actually get into those as well. And we say a lot of the Chinese players don't travel that much, and they come out during the Paralympic cycle, and they really have a good showing. And it's difficult because I'm sure that they would do great if they traveled a little bit more.
And Guo is just outside that at 19 in the singles rankings at the moment. Wang is 5th, so the highest ranked singles player. Then over the other side you have Li Xiaohui and Zhu Junjun. They are 13th and 6th respectively in the ITF rankings.
2 minutes.
Looking at Zhu here.
Yes, Zhu from Shandong in the east of the country, northeast of the country. A graduate, though, of Beijing Sport University, one of the most famous of all of the top-level Chinese universities. Actually started as a swimmer and then chose to make the move into wheelchair tennis, and has spoken of her desire to inspire more Chinese wheelchair tennis players by actually organising events at home. Wants to go into the administration. Probably make a phone call to you at some point there and find out how it's done, Joe.
I don't know. I could probably learn way more from her, honestly. But no, I mean, this is what every sport is about, right? And everything that gets on TV is to inspire this next generation. And you're going to see it. You're going to hear a lot of noise in the crowd today, and the chair umpire trying to keep the kids, because there's a lot of kids in the crowd. But it is really, any sport that you watch is inspiring the next generation, and this is what all these athletes really desire to do.
Well, I hope you are thoroughly looking forward to this impending women's doubles bronze medal match on court Suzanne Lenglen, Roland-Garros. Yes, for the very first time, the wonderful experience of a Grand Slam venue being used for wheelchair tennis at a Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match consists of 2 tiebreak sets and 10-point match tiebreak will be played at.
There's been a super atmosphere, hasn't there, throughout?
Oh, it's been like nothing we've ever seen really with tennis before. It's not like your typical Grand Slam. It's not like your typical tournament. There's been partying. The music's been great. They've been karaokeing. You've seen people dancing. You've seen players dancing. And it's a very much vibrant atmosphere. It's been almost sold out. Last weekend was sold out. Yesterday, stadium courts were almost sold out too. So it's been great to showcase the sport.
Yes, there have been occasions when the umpire's sense of, shall we say, crowd management has been quite tested. They've needed to just gently remind some of the vocal and excited young supporters just to keep quiet during the points themselves. It's a lovely problem to have, that, isn't it?
It is, and I think sometimes the crowd forgets they get 2 bounces too. And so then they're like, oh my gosh, and they got it. And you're going to see in doubles somewhat of a different strategy than you would be if you're watching them standing. You're not going to see up and back. You're going to see them push forwards, push back. So we'll talk through the strategy throughout the match, but it's definitely different. And it's really a game of pure geometry as well. You're going to see them out to the side. We've seen matches where the players are hitting the side fences and coming back in. And once you create an angle, it opens up a bigger angle too. So it's going to be beautiful to see. And I think that's what you see when you actually watch wheelchair. You're like, oh my gosh, the amount of shots they can hit, the differences are fantastic.
Welcome one and all to the women's doubles bronze medal match in wheelchair tennis at Roland-Garros Stadium. It is the Suzanne Longlong court that is hosting this all-Chinese meeting between Li Xiaohui and Zhu Zhenjian. And they are facing Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang. It will be the partnership of Guo and Wang to serve.
Guo Luoyao to serve. Ready, play.
First player with ball in hand is 22-year-old Guo Luoyao, the youngest on the court. Joe Wallen is alongside me. Joe, some words for those who are new to wheelchair tennis on the tactics of women's doubles.
Well, tactics in general, you're not going to see your typical serve and volley or one up, one back. Usually you've got one of them that's a little bit more aggressive, so I'm interested to see who is going to be those players from each of the teams that are actually going to push up. We might see a lot of points like that.
Was returned with real ferocity. Good placement.
You've usually got one player that's more the aggressor, that's looking to come in, flatten out the shots, and then the person that stays in the back will almost be the defender that's trying to give them time, throw up some higher balls.
They have met on 2 previous occasions, and the partnership of Li and Zhu have won both of those, both on clay. 6-4, 6-4 in the final of the Open International de Royan this year, and also this year in the semi-final of the French Riviera Open. So that was 6-4, 6-1. Fascinatingly, they've only ever met on clay in France.
How ironic. The other thing that you'll see as well is that you will see, it's almost like they're figuring out who they want to play the most balls to. Picking on's probably a little bit tough to say, but they really do want that. And sometimes it's usually the person that is either they feel weaker, doesn't have as much experience, or the one that doesn't have the bigger shot. So right now you're seeing that with more with Zhu and Guo going at each other a little bit.
It's an interesting gambit, that, isn't it? Because when it works, it leads to victory. But sometimes players can really rise to the challenge of being the targeted one.
Well, they can, and then you get into a nice rhythm, and then when you hit it to what you think is a stronger player, then they miss, right? Because they're not in a rhythm. So it is a little bit of a gamble.
Great point. Handled that well, didn't they? Calmly done. Big test for the lowest ranked player of all four of them to get things started with ball in hand. Sometimes, as is the case in any form of doubles play, in any racket sport, going down the middle is a useful strategy.
It's very useful. You'll see them actually go really wide with the angles when they get an angle, and then they'll go up the middle as well.
You can play into a sort of natural confusion zone, can't you, if you do that? That was an extraordinary piece of retrieval from Guo Royale to actually engineer a point-winning shot from that position.
She was so far back and got the outside of the ball, really caught that ball late, and inside out was huge. And her opponent just has to look up and smile about that.
First game secured, but with a break point to occupy their attentions.
Li Xiaohui to serve.
Li Xiaohui, first to serve for the other partnership, 11 years younger than Zhu, 24. Well, based on what we have seen thus far, this could be one of those cancel your dinner plans sort of matches.
It could be. We're definitely not seeing either one of them, of the teams, really have the aggressor moving forwards, looking to take the ball early or end the rally early. They're all more on a defensive mindset.
Be interesting to see if that evolves as this contest goes on.
Love 13.
First double fault of the match.
It's interesting too, if you just watch the chairs and watch the movement, when one player's hitting, they do move with their partner, just like you would with doubles. You're moving and you're kind of following them to cover what they're leaving open somewhat.
to pick up on what you were saying there, Joe, about the movement. I think anyone watching this who's new to wheelchair tennis, it's worth during one of those longer rallies not following the ball and just simply spending the point looking at one side of the net and simply seeing the overall sense of kineticism of a pair.
It is actually, you kind of end up watching that. That's what a lot of times you end up watching, is where they're moving and how they're moving.
Second break point here. It's unfortunate because it was a great pickup from Lee, and then the error followed. So this is an intriguing start because Guo and Wong, who are yet to win against the partnership of Lee and Zhu, have got an early break advantage. Perhaps an unexpected start there.
It is a little bit unexpected. I do think that it's interesting that Wong and Lee are the two with the most ability to hit different shots. The slice comes in, which happened in that point there. And then also Lee with the aggressor coming more forward. So I think either both of these have to get Lee and Wong more involved in the match.
That's the sort of shot that just shows experience, doesn't it, from the 35-year-old Zhu Junjun.
Love 30.
Straight down the middle. She's playing at her third Paralympic Games and was fourth in the doubles in Tokyo. Interesting point. There was a lot of pressure there on Guo and Wong early on, and they just managed to find a nice neutralising higher ball to allow for something of a reset. Was a chance, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You've just got Lee just trying to be aggressive. This is where she's not getting that many balls, and then she gets a ball that she thinks she can be aggressive on, and just doesn't have the timing for it.
And that's one of the most common problems, isn't it, of being the isolated player, being the one who can't get into the game. You feel you've got to do something with that chance when it comes your way. Beautiful, beautiful shot there from Li Xiaohui. Lots of strong movement in that rally.
Just looking to flatten it out again. She's able to flatten out that ball to create that winner.
So here is a breakback point. Not an effective shot from the youngster Guo.
The other thing that's different too is after the players hit and recover their recovery, they're turning their back to the court a lot, which is what you don't do when you're standing up. So if you take a look at Zhu, she does that. She's the one receiving right now. So after she hits it, she's pushing in, and then she turns her back and does that swivel. And she's very, very specific with hers almost every time. Said that, and then 3 out of the 4 times she actually didn't do it, so it was off the backhand side. Of course, have to say that and not do it there.
It's one of life's most great certainties, isn't it? The ability of a commentator to entirely alter the direction of a match by saying something.
Abuse.
See Lee just pushing forwards very quickly, taking that ball on the rise. Less height over the net, and that means less time for their opponents to react.
Just a sense of a dynamic change to how these rallies are being played out.
But Lee's getting a few more balls to hit too. She's taking those balls up the middle, and she's deciding to take them and take them early.
Net for service.
Brilliant retrieval. Oh, well, the work rate that went into that from Zhu Junjun. Sometimes if you just force an error, it's good enough. And they've got the break back.
2 games to 1.
2-1.
Time.
Welcome if you're just joining the action on Suzanne Longlong Court at Roland-Garros. It's day 8 of Paris 2024, the Paralympic Games. The 7th day of wheelchair tennis, and it's the women's doubles bronze medal match. Perhaps we are seeing a momentum shift here as we look at Guo Luoyao and her partner Wang Ziyang, who broke in the second game of the contest. They've just been broken back, though, by Li Xiaohui and Zhu Junjun. Spectators taking their seats. Something that's worth noting is that in Li and Zhu you have the classical right-left combination.
And it's interesting which side they're both playing, because they're both playing the righties playing on the ad side, which is interesting as well.
Isn't it?
Yeah. But they're really looking to take that middle, I think, for Lee to be able to get that forehand.
Slightly get the sense that we're in the early chapters of a mystery novel here in this match, and that we're not fully seeing what we might be seeing in several games' time.
That's a good way of putting it. It's the first time that we saw a player actually come forward to the net there with Wang. She pushed forward, and then what happens a lot of times, the players will push forward to look to try and take a volley out of the air, and then if they don't get it, you'll see them retreat back almost because of the lob that would probably be coming if they didn't.
Length first service.
Something we should also bear in mind is, of course, with these athletes all being part of the same national team, they will know exactly the playing style of each other. There it is, finally finished off. For the vast majority of that rally, I was close to reintroducing this match as being the women's singles competition, because we only had two players. The two players that you were saying earlier on, Joe, are very much being targeted.
Yeah, Guo and Zhu just basically refusing to come forwards either. Guo had a couple of chances there to really come forwards, and sometimes it's just putting pressure on your opponent, which wouldn't be difficult for them to do, and maybe a strategy you want to think about.
You wonder if there was a sense of having them on the ropes and not quite finishing them off.
2 games on.
So it ends up being a very assured hold of serve that for Li and Ju, and it has taken us almost 25 minutes to get to 2 games all in the first set. Some incredibly strong retrieval skills in operation here, covering a lot of ground, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's almost, obviously it's definitely strategy, and I've seen Ju play quite a lot, and that is definitely just her way of playing. But I also wonder whether it's because they're not so strong on the volleys, right? So you either do something because you've got a massive strength, or you're hiding a weakness as well. So each one of these players, if they're not comfortable bringing them in, trying to force them to volley, would also be very prudent.
This is a very significant service game now for Guo Wong, having made such a strong start to the match, a sense of a momentum shift occurring. Guo did so well in her opening service game to kick off the contest. Very high first serve percentages from both of the partnerships so far. Only one first serve actually missed from both of them.
However, look at points won on first serve and only
slightly different,
47%.
isn't it? Yeah.
So that's why they've got to figure out, okay, we've got a great first serve percentage, but you're only winning half of them, so do you need to go for a little bit more?
Yes, it's half of the recipe, isn't it, looking at the first serve percentage and only the first serve percentage, because you've got Li and Ju who are on 5 out of 8 points won on the first serve. So it's a little bit more emphatic than their opponents. Wasn't a bad second serve at all, that from Guo.
Good one. She got a lot of kick on it, pulled the player out wide. Just looking back as well at the semifinals where they both really struggled. You're playing against Van Koot and De Groot. Obviously, I mean, they're great players, but Van Koot with the slice backhand, and she'll just stay out there and she'll hit the forehand angle and then the slice backhand, so getting it out of their strike zone. And then the same with basically Kamiji. Kamiji's got the slice that she can use as well, and Tanaka coming forward. So that's why we're seeing this kind of play right now with them both being super comfortable, kind of staying back.
Well done to Guo. Very good hold of serve that, when it might have been likely that a break was forthcoming, considering how Li and Ju had just increased the quality of their play. So we are with serve in this bronze medal match.
Time.
Well, I made the analogy early on about this contest being something of a mystery novel. There's actually a youngster reading a book in the crowd there.
We did say there was lots of children here, so
Yes. It's been one of the great things, hasn't it, about these games?
even if they're reading a book.
Merci.
I think it's a super strategy bringing your book for those change of ends, actually. So
Yeah, it's very smart.
I'll see that youngster at cricket matches soon with a big newspaper.
I think Lee sometimes feeling that
15
pressure.
all.
Just gets that one ball and just kind of like, I got to do a little bit more with it.
Well, Li Xiaohui has been, should we say, something of a marked player this season, a very well-watched one after that famous victory against the great Didier Deschamps. Tried to effect a dynamic change, didn't she, in there? Lee actually came in, took it on the volley.
Yeah, took the swing and volley. So if you don't know what the swing and volley is, it is a ball that you take out of the air, but instead of taking a volley as in a short, no backswing, no follow through, you take a full swing at it. Usually a little bit more aggressive shot.
Out. 40, 50.
Get the sense, watching someone like Guo Royao, of a player who's absolutely embraced a big occasion, who has loved every moment of being part of a Paralympic Games. What a great asset to the team. Every time she's made her way out onto the court, you've got this sense of a player, albeit slightly less as the competition has gone on, because maybe some of the novelty is worn off, but early on in the tournament of a player going, I can't believe I'm here on this court in this place.
I think quite a few players probably felt that, quite honestly. Just how you handle it and how you show it and show your gratitude and appreciation for it.
The core order of business remains forcing the error, staying in the rally. And it's working here for Guo Wang. Gap exploited and well finished. There's that dangerous shot from Lee.
Thinking about first serve percentage too, one of the reasons that it's so high is that when you know someone's kind of defending, just kind of putting it back in, you don't have to worry about hitting a bigger, better serve. So I think that is, these players know each other so well. They know they're not having a big return to come in.
Yes, you do that sort of strategy against Aniek van Cote, and that ball's disappearing, isn't it?
Exactly. Either deep into the clay with the slice or a heavy topspin out wide.
3 games all. Set number 1 of the women's doubles bronze medal match.
Love 15.
Wang Ziyang is a graduate of the Chengdu University of Technology, close to her home city of Daozhou in Sichuan province. Well, that was a different sort of shot from Guo.
Very nice. Love the way that she came forward on that and looked to be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe that'll give her some confidence that she actually can do it, and we might see her try that a few more times.
Yeah, sometimes you just need the first one to work, don't you? And then it changes your mindset.
And especially, you know, she's the youngest one out of these 4, probably the least amount of experience. Probably feels that a little bit, and so I think, you know, just getting that winner out there will maybe give her a little bit more confidence.
One of the things that we should also reflect upon is that they're quite a new combination, both of these partnerships, and they have actually worked with different partners, including the opponents today. Guo and Zhu Junjun won the silver medal at the Asian Para Games last year. So that's also fascinating, isn't it, in terms of the dynamic when you consider that they have some of them teamed together in different combinations.
Yeah, I mean, it's always when you're from the smaller countries of, like tennis playing countries, wheelchair countries, sometimes finding that right dynamic of who to play with, and you know the other players so well, it does become difficult.
Shorter ball, or rather shorter distance, was there to be exploited by Lee, but played it long, and it's a good hold of serve for Guo and Wong, because they've not faded away as Lee and Zhu have come back, and we're at 4-3 in set number 1.
Tie.
We are approaching the 3/4 hour mark in this women's doubles bronze medal match at Roland-Garros Stadium.
Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
After a couple of early breaks of serve, we are making a more reliable pattern of holding of serve. It is Zhu Junjun with ball in hand. We must also bear in mind that the path that both of these teams have taken to get to this bronze medal match is wildly different. You have in Guo and Wong a partnership who won 2 matches and then lost 1, and then you have in Lee and Zhu a partnership playing only their 2nd match and yet to actually win one. If you are unaware of how they got there, it's because they had a bye in the first round and then a withdrawal victory in the quarter-final stage, and then they lost their semi-final. So quite remarkable circumstances to enter a bronze medal match, having only played once in a big competition and having not actually won yet.
As they say, it's the luck of the draw.
Yes. But the, I suppose, flip side to that is they haven't had the chance to build a momentum, have they? It's already a very interesting feature of a Paralympic Games that is so different from the Grand Slam competitions and so different from the regular ITF events, is that you actually have this almost bonus territory of a bronze medal match to play, of getting yourself back into winning mentality after losing a semi-final. It's a hard match to get ready for.
It is. I mean, most people, you lose and you're out, right? You're like, I'm done, I've got to refocus on it. And to come back the next day after losing and try and focus on winning, it's a very unique experience for the players, for sure, and one that they only get to do every couple of years. If they're playing, you know, either the games leading up or the Pan Am, you know, they're going to do it then. So they don't do it very often.
They say it is the hardest match to get ready for. Shorter points here. Positively racing through this game compared to what we've had before.
The other thing, when they're pushing, just if we look at the movement a little bit and talk about the grips, when they're pushing, They are pushing with a semi-western forehand grip, so really flat, because they want to keep their racket and hand on the wheel as they're pushing.
See what the idea was there from Wong, just couldn't get the placement, and that's a very rapid hold of serve for Li Yunju. Now we come to that interesting stage at 4-all.
Yes, we do. And so the grip, going back to the grips, you've got the push of the forehand, so they're keeping it, and then what they do is they use the same grip and hit the opposite side of the racket for the backhand, so an inverted or reverse backhand. And I suggest you don't try that at home unless you want to go see an orthopedic doctor for surgery on your shoulder or elbow. But it's difficult for them to change the grips. They will off the serve. Most of them, they're using a continental grip on the serve and then they'll change it, but very difficult to hit.
It's one of the most fascinating features, isn't it, of wheelchair tennis?
You see it and you're like, what is that backhand?
Yes.
And then you start looking at it and you go, okay, that's what it is. And that's the reason why they're doing it. They just don't have time to change it in between every single push.
And it's a more modern shot, isn't it, Joe, that has somewhat revolutionised the game?
Yeah, it has. I mean, you've got the topspin, no different than standing, the amount of topspin, and you can even see it here where Wong was able to create such an amazing angle from no angle, and that's just all because of the topspin, the swing, the pace, the racket head speed. First time we've seen you really be out of position and misjudge that forehand, but the ball came a little bit quicker to her and not able to do anything.
Those of you who watched the wheelchair tennis competitions at the Paralympic Games 3 years ago in Tokyo will remember that it was Ju and Wong actually who partnered together to finish fourth in the doubles competition and to lose the bronze medal match. They've been impressive, haven't they, Guo and Wong?
Yeah, they've done a really good job of like hanging in there and not showing her lack of inexperience compared to the other girls on the court. And this is actually quite an easy hold as of right now. I think they just want to prove that they can win a game faster on the serve than their opponents, possibly.
You're quite right. If you had to pick, knowing nothing about the players, who was the least experienced player out there, you wouldn't immediately leap to Guo Yao.
It's interesting you say, like, when you're looking at it, you'd be like, okay, who do you pick out to be the weaker player? And it depends what it is, right? Because it's something that sticks out when you're watching tennis is who's got the big weapons, who's got the big serve, who's got a big forehand, that kind of stuff, who moves really well. And sometimes you miss out on one of the other weapons, which is consistency.
That's such a lovely point that you make there, Joe. We don't think of
40,
consistency
30.
as one of the great weapons, but of course it is, isn't it?
It is, of course it is. I mean, look at all the great players, and they're very, very consistent. I think there's a level of consistency now that all the top professional tennis players have across the world. And then you've got the ones that are just a little bit more, that don't maybe have the big serve or the big forehand or the big return that some of the others do. Look at Kamiji. She's the ultimate. She's so quick and very, very consistent. Doesn't have the big weapons that De Groot has. So that's why you would not really think of her as a big player.
As my colleague Joe Wallen said, at 40 love, it was looking like a very comfortable service game. Of course, inevitably now we are at deuce.
Sorry.
That's what happens,
Deuce.
isn't it? Good point this, though, from the receivers.
I think it's interesting too, and this is more a style of play. We're not seeing a huge amount of angles. You're seeing a lot of depth on the court. They're using the slice to pull forwards a little bit. And then obviously we're seeing quite a lot of the high, heavy topspin balls. But you're not seeing as many angles as I thought we would possibly see.
Too hard to get to that one. Softer touch has now generated
Advantage,
a
Lee.
really unexpected great point opportunity for Lee and Ju. And if they take this, we just remind ourselves they've done it from a 40 love position. This could be one of the most significant moments in the match coming up. And now it's a high pressure serve.
Deuce.
Questioning that call, just looking at least.
Again, another example of Guo delivering a decent enough second serve when the pressure was on.
Do I dare say this? No double fault so far from Guo and Wang.
Well, let's find out.
Advantage, Guo.
That is terrific from Guan Wong. 40 love, looking comfortable, under pressure at deuce, saved a break point, held serve, and now they put the pressure onto Li and Zhu.
Tie. Have a seat quickly, please. Thank you.
If you're somebody that enjoys classical board games like chess, this is the tennis match for you, because it is tactically very contained so far. Still a sense of a lot to be worked out. We're approaching the 1 hour mark. More fans now coming in to take their seats.
Thank you. Please.
Surprisingly, Ali Chitgar needing to inject a little discipline into proceedings. Difference maker, and taken well too.
Beautiful swinging volley, forehand swinging volley, and she came to the net, and they won the point. Did a great job here. See that swinging volley? Went straight at the net person, which is where they should have gone, because it's the person closest to them, so less time to react. Guo has to understand that when she's in those rallies, that Zhu is doing nothing to hurt her. Nothing. She's just getting the ball. She's got good net clearance, but there's nothing to hurt her. She doesn't need to go for that much, just a little bit more aggressive. Just not too much. It's a fine line, I understand.
The 1 hour mark has been reached.
13-15.
Will we see the set concluded in this game, or are we going to be heading into a tie-break? Well, they do get there in the end. I wondered if there was a chance earlier on to finish that point off, but it's all immaterial now.
That was great court coverage there by Guo. She really covered Wang when she went off for that slice backhand. Did a great job.
Big serve this. 30 all. Close one.
Exploded.
They have managed to get the hold of serve from a slightly tricky position at 30 all. So it is 5 apiece. And it does seem that destination tiebreak is where we're going. Just to remind you, or rather explain to you, that there is no traditional third set in the doubles competition. It's the 10-point match tiebreak that will be invoked if necessary. It may well need to be necessary in this one.
I think we've got a long way to go before we make that decision for sure.
An effort from Wang Ziyang. Goodness.
And that's when you say, get the ball back into court one more time. You never know what your opponent's going to do. And what I mean, great hustle here from her, from Wang, just amazing hustle. But Lee had it on her racket. She played 3 great shots. She's trying to get involved in the match, and she's got the big shots too. Do so.
Crowd absolutely loved that point as well. Sometimes when, as a partnership, you win a point like that, it can give something of a boost to you, can't it? More than just the score, but it's the feeling you get from it. They were in full control there. Marvellously done from Guan Wang.
And you said about the feeling, and it's almost like you should have lost the point, but somehow you won it. And it's like, it's just that relief of, I fought that really, really hard to get that one ball back into play, and that one extra push gave me the point.
It probably feels quite nice when several thousand people cheer for you as well when you've done it. just thought for a moment Wong was actually going to get that back.
It's interesting when Lee does play, she's got a very different style than the other girls on the court. She's a lot longer with her swings, a lot flatter, and really effortless. You don't really think that it's going to be a huge shot, but she's putting a lot of pressure on Wong when she does hit that forehand.
Oh, that's lovely. And this is another of those situations where they've gone Wong from 40 love to deuce.
That backhand, though, just dropping the right shoulder, dropping the racket head, brushing up the back of the ball for a beautiful angle winner.
The intensity is there should they wish to use it. And they've got a break point again.
Advantage, Lee.
It's almost like Lee just biding her time, waiting for the right ball to be able to pounce on it.
Cleverly done by Wong. That was not easy to play.
Not below the height of the net. Great pick up there by Lee off the half volley as well. You can feel the importance of this game.
This is twice now that Guo and Wong have gone from 40 love to break point down and saved it.
Advantage, Lee.
However, the difference this time is that courtesy of that double fault, they're going to have to deal with a second break point.
First double fault from the team also.
My word, this is a high consequence second serve coming. The break of serve accomplished, and that now means that Lee and Ju will serve for the first set.
6 games so far.
They are 6-5 ahead.
Time.
What a sight that is. Spectator after spectator taking their seats to enjoy this women's doubles bronze medal match in wheelchair tennis at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And now the most experienced Paralympian of the four of them, Ju Jun-jun, will serve for the opening set. Beautiful. She has got some big shots, hasn't she,
Yeah,
Guo?
she does. She's got the ability to hit it. Just taking the right time to be a little bit aggressive is maybe challenging for her. She's come forwards a lot and just keeps retrieving back, and she's hit a couple of great swinging volleys too. I'd love to see her continue to push forwards.
Yes, her technique has remained secure when she's tried to be aggressive. Not always the case.
You know, if you thought about this, tennis is the serve is the only shot where you can be like, nah, I don't want to hit it. It's not in the right spot. That's where you see them toss it up and just not hit it. That was an interesting serve.
It was.
I wasn't sure she was going to hit that toss either. It was so far out to her left, but throw it further to her left for a lefty. She's going to get the spin on it, and it worked.
She's got a remarkable tenacity when it comes to chasing balls down, Wang Ziyang. So the path remains complicated and unclear, despite Li and Ju having managed to get the break of serve. 2 points away from a tiebreaker. Well, it seemed fairly clear-cut that
15-14.
Li and Ju were going to do what they have done in the previous two meetings versus Guo and Wang, which is to win a narrow first set. But 2 break points.
I think you said we were going to go to a tiebreaker, though.
It's felt that way since the opening game. That was a nicely angled shot, wasn't it?
It was. Wang trying to give herself more time to get in, just misjudged the depth a little bit. We'll see here if Ju is going to go with that slice that she's gone with for this last game on this side. She does. Worked very well on that ad side. Sometimes very hard with the spin to judge it, and then takes a little bit of pace off, puts more spin on, the ball's moving away from you.
She's such an analytical player. She's so studious. quick apology offered by Wang Ziyang. That called coming into play.
Advantage 1.
Another break point. That was great placement, and what a response after playing that winner from Guo Yao. Break of serve accomplished, tie-break imminent. And this youngster, she really has belonged in this big occasion.
She really has. She's played very, very well. She played solid. She's come up with a couple big forehands when she's needed it. I honestly thought on that one she may have tried the angle. They haven't tried too many angles, but again, the one up the middle comes out with the winner.
Well, by the time we get to the conclusion of this opening, or rather this tie-break, the opening set will be about 90 minutes in duration. Into the tie-break. Subtle, dexterous, and more depth being shown in terms of the shot making of Guo.
Did a great job changing the direction depth-wise of that ball, and caught the other two off guard. Again, Guo just being super consistent, putting some pressure consistently on Zhu. Zhu turns so quickly on that forehand that sometimes she pulls off of it a little bit too quickly, which is what she did on that forehand.
This is very interesting. What a tie-break from Guo Wang.
Played it perfectly. Again, once one can get into the point, that forehand flattens out a little bit, looking to be a little bit more aggressive.
They're strange things, aren't they, tie-breaks? They can often acquire a personality that has no resemblance to the set that's gone before it. Beautiful hit. Oh, this is high caliber shot making at just the right time from Guo Wang.
4-0.
Using that forehand again. I think you made a good point of how the tiebreak can be so different because of the, you're changing serve, the one serve and then the two and the two. It's almost like a whole new set, and you have to have a different mindset when you're playing the tiebreak. Can't give away any free points because it's just there's too many important points.
Was there an argument to be made there that the chance was lost to really keep the pressure on? Or maybe had Lee and Ju compromised.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of swings in wheelchair tennis, and it's, you see a lot of 6-love first set, 6-love the opposite way, or 6-1 the opposite way. And we've seen that in this match, right? There was a slight swing in the beginning, and now in this tiebreak, and sometimes keeping the pressure on is the hardest thing to do.
Steady and secure and doing the job, Guo Wang.
5-1. Guo Wang.
Suddenly they're in such a tough position, aren't they?
They are. It's only 2 points away from winning this first set, but it seems like it's a long 2 points away.
Chinese delegation watching on.
Time Wang looking to come forwards, which I like, but just totally misjudging that volley.
There's two ways in which to view this. One is that winning a 90-minute first set is going to feel fantastic, and the other is to consider how it feels to lose a 90-minute first set. And that is what is facing now Lee and Ju. And if Guo and Wang win this, it will be the first time that they've actually won a set against their opponents.
Thank you.
was there and found well by Li Xiaohui. Still a long way to go to retrieve this set.
She plays so cool. Nothing seems to panic her. Her emotions, they're steady. She's not up, she's not down in any way. And when she gets that, that's why she can come up with that big forehand, just because she's just very emotionally stable.
Just can't quite get that last point.
She had the chance and she decided to go for a drop shot. She hasn't really played many of the drop shots. I'm not sure when you have a set point and you're going to go for a shot like a drop shot that you really haven't played in the match yet. She might regret that.
It's interesting, isn't it, Joe, that big points sometimes make people make strange decisions. Set point number 3. 1 hour and 30 minutes. They have won it. And that is the first time ever that Guo and Wang have actually taken a set from Li and Zhu. The lower-ranked partnership in an hour and a half manages to get the first set won in the tie-break. How well they've done.
They did super well there. Held it together. Couldn't have been much closer. 49 points to 47 points.
One hour and 31 minutes. Remarkable. Now the question is it sustainable to have a second set that is of that length? Sometimes you get matches where a very grueling first set gives way to a more rapid second. It will be interesting to scrutinise the first few games of the second set. But for now, let's look back at how it was that the partnership of Guo and Wang went about winning this.
I mean, there were very, very long rallies. You saw Guo come out with some really good forehands. And probably not expecting her to come out with such big shots on some key points. But it was a grueling first set. I mean, just a lot of long rallies, heavy high top spin, kind of waiting for each other to make the unforced errors. And you're right, I think we'll see whether, what happens in the next couple games is going to be hugely important. Sometimes it can go the opposite way, and then sometimes someone can get away. But I just don't think that, Li and Zhu will be giving too many free points away. We could be in for another 7-6.
Well, this is a reminder of how the previous set played out. Eventually, a shot going wide, and a third set point converted by Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang. We look out over the exquisite Jardin de Tuileries, the Eiffel Tower in the background. It's a case really of pick your favourite iconic Parisian landmark and let your gaze settle on it for just a moment before your gaze returns to Suzanne Lenglen Court and Roland-Garros Stadium and this women's doubles bronze medal match. Tennis and terpsichore on court Suzanne Lenglen. Some dancing in the crowd. No dancing in the commentary position from Ollie Hogman and Joe Wallen here.
I was dancing a few minutes ago, at least some arm movements.
This is true, you were actually. I'm doing you a disservice.
You just didn't say how bad it was, so therefore you didn't want to do it. It's fine. I do love watching the crowd get into it, and you know, their dance moves, and it just makes it a great experience for everybody. See a bathroom break there. One of the ladies went to the bathroom, so a little bit longer for them to get in and out of their chair and transfer over.
Very interesting picture there, wasn't it? Just looking at Guo and Wang, and one wonders what's next for them. What do they feel tempted to change? What do they feel tempted to do the same? How intense will they be at the start of the second set?
I don't think you're going to see any difference between set one and set two. I just don't see the four players changing up. I mean, really, when you lose the first set, you really want to be changing it up. There was 2 points difference in the first set. That's all it was. And I just don't think the players on the court have the range necessarily to feel comfortable of coming in. Will you see Li and Wang try to get more into it? I do think Li is going to have to try and become more active in the match. She's going to have to try.
We begin set number 2. Ju Junjun will serve. Brilliant effort. Again, it's Wang Ziying proving that old adage in all forms of racket sport. Make them play.
Yeah,
make the opponents play.
I've been really impressed with her and her pushing and her ability to get that one extra ball back into play. She's probably won 3 or 4 really important points that way.
And what you can also do in a situation like that is you can make the opponents make an error even before that occasion when you have to chase it down, because they have to go like that for a very acute angle, and that did work.
Yeah, it did. That's the first time that we've actually seen Ju actually hit that forehand angle as well. Now, I know she's been playing the deuce side, so it's harder to do that, but on that serve. Yeah, Guo just got a little, she said she got a little close to that. She actually pushed up really aggressively and took that ball very, very early. And I was like, oh, she's getting a little bit of confidence, but then got jammed on the second ball.
It'd be lovely to see Guo's ranking push up a little and for her to get into Grand Slam competitions, because, of course, once you start playing these bigger matches on a regular basis, you become more used to them, don't you?
You do, and it's definitely a major part of gaining the experience that these players need.
So ends up being a comfortable first hold of serve for Li and Ju.
First game, second set.
Important for them to get that first one on the board. All of it has gone according to the seedings in the wheelchair tennis women's doubles competition. Top 2 seeds making it into the final. 3rd and 4th, as their pre-match billing suggests, contesting bronze. It's a difficult one. There's a little exuberance from the crowd during the rally, which potentially affected the players.
And interesting how each of the players have been actually handling the crowds. Like when you had the French players playing, Houdet was playing, he was just playing through it. He didn't care. And then you got some of them saying, hold on, and then some of them having interrupt. So it really just depends on what you're used to, how you can block it out.
It's a risk, isn't there, that you become so focused on finding the optimal playing condition that you actually disrupt your own rhythm by waiting.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say, how do you do that? You just kind of have to get in your own zone, and you can't really hear anything or let anything that's going on around the court just bother you. It's you're on that zone in the court, and you've got to stay there. Again, that forehand, it's interesting. She doesn't swing that fast with it. Like when you're watching, it's not like she's got a huge amount of topspin, but she just flattens it out and really lengthens it. And I think that they're having trouble with more the flatter ball, which is interesting because a lot of the Chinese players actually usually play flatter. So they're used to that. It's interesting how she's able to hit so many winners off that forehand.
Nice little change of direction there.
40-15.
It's such an important one, isn't it, Joe? That first service game after you've won the first set, just to avoid a momentum change. Oh, that was nicely done. Different sort of shot. So low as well through the middle.
Yeah, definitely got up to that and used the slice. Used the slice a couple times there. Was reaching for it. Threaded it right up the middle.
Game, score 1.
It is a hold of serve for both of these partnerships to kick off set number 2.
Interestingly enough, Lee has actually made quite a few unforced errors on that forehand too. So it is a, you know, they're keeping it away from her. She's probably maybe playing, what, 1/5 of the balls, maybe every other 5 she gets one. But she's come out with some winners on the forehand, but she's also come out with like that one forehand that she just got hit into the bottom of the net, right? The easy one. And then on set point. So some of the times when it's been important, she's actually made mistakes. So they've got to be aware of that.
Beautiful.
Beautiful play. You can tell there as well that Zhu just not quite comfortable at the net. She played that volley and she just did not have time to recover out of it. And she was actually still backing up. She probably just needed to push forwards and see whether she could have blocked it, but out of position with that volley.
Now this is one of those matches where there's a likelihood that you won't get many half chances, let alone chances. And this is a half chance for Guo and Wang.
You can see where they would have had a lot of problems in their semi-final because of when Zhu is coming forwards and with that off someone that's playing a low slice and then they go at her deep, it's really hard for her to actually recover as well. That's one of her areas of weaknesses when she's coming forward and then the ball that comes back to her quickly.
Is this the moment where the lower ranked partnership pulls away? Certainly they've given themselves a great chance because having won the first set on a tiebreak, now Guo and Wang have an early break of serve courtesy of that lovely forehand right down the middle by the youngest and most experienced and least experienced player out there. 2-1. It would certainly be foolhardy to count Li and Zhu out, but things are becoming a little trickier for them, game by game. You get the sense, don't you, when you look at Guo Luoyao, of an emboldened, excited player who is relishing this massive match.
She is. She's really stepped up to the plate in this match. Upheld her side probably even more than her partner with the amount of balls that she's having to consistently play.
We just remind ourselves that Royal is still yet to actually play in a Grand Slam competition. Totally different for Wong, second time at the Paralympics.
And that flat deep ball giving Guo some issues.
15-30.
Based on the reaction of the crowd, there was somebody that nearly made a catch there and didn't quite get it.
See, there's that forehand again, right? Really good first ball, but then making that a unforced error, and they've got to kind of punish her a little bit for that. Keep giving her some balls, because when it's been tight, she's actually missed some on some important points.
And Ju regrettably knows what it feels like to lose in a Paralympic bronze medal match.
Yeah. She made no mistake with that forehand there.
Break point saved. Yes, both Wong and Ju lost in the bronze medal match as partners in Tokyo. Now they face each other. No, perfect placement. Another break point.
Advantage lead.
Well, that didn't last long, the advantage for Guo and Wong. Only one game, and they are broken back straight away. And maybe, Joe, Lee and Ju almost needed that to raise their intensity levels.
Yeah, sometimes you need a little something, and that was maybe the little something there that they needed. Really good forehands there from Lee, really flat. Balls are coming in hard. So when the balls comes in flat and harder, you've got to shorten that backswing, and also it's harder with the grip that Guo is using, the semi-western, to hit that ball off the flat one. So she has been caught late a few times.
Sublime once more from Guo Luoyao.
She really likes that forehand down the line. That's definitely one of her better shots. She could really go anywhere, take the pace off and angle it, but that forehand down the line has become very much a weapon in this match.
Let first service.
It does just about catch the very outer edge of the line. And again, it's a similar sort of shot.
It is, that's that forehand down the line. However,
yes, they're not so sure. That was correctly in Ju. Sally Chitgar comes over to have a look.
59.
And so it was out.
Just a little bit. I feel the tides can turn at any point in time. It's so close in the second set.
That was astutely done by Li Xiaohui. The gap in between the two players was found, and they've transformed their fortunes in this second set. Li and Zhu, they trailed early on, a breakdown, but now they've won back-to-back games. It's 3-2.
Time.
The bronze medal match goes on and on, because we are close to the 2-hour mark. Well, wasn't that a treat of a shot from Guo? Great vision, great technique.
There's that forehand down the line again. I do think Zhu has changed her strategy a little bit. We're seeing more backhand slices, trying to keep it a little bit lower. She'll still throw out the ball on the forehand side, but her backhand, she's tending to throw in more slices.
Do you think in turn Guo is being a little more demonstrative in her attacking play?
She is. She's coming forwards more.
It's not a sea change, is it? But just subtle things here and there. Neither of these partnerships have played together for a great deal of time. Guo and Wang in their 6th competition together. Lee and Ju their 10th. Didn't quite get the length right.
Late call. Chair umpire does come out. Just getting so late. Calls it in. That's why he came out, I think, because he thought it was in. This is where the, you know, we say with clay, you've got a mark, right? But the question becomes, where is the mark? So that's why when they say you can, you know, oh, red clay doesn't, or clay doesn't need it, it's specifically where is the mark.
And we do frequently see a little disagreement, don't we, between umpire and players as to whether that's the right one.
Yeah.
It's actually got to be one of the most difficult features of being an umpire on clay, is just keeping sight of that while extricating yourself from the chair and getting across without losing it for a moment.
Yeah, and understanding where it just, you know, sometimes they hit it, you take your eye off the mark, and then, oh, you got to go back to it. Now, where did it land?
That's impeccable. I mean, just unplayable in terms of the length and the height.
Yeah, huge. A lot of spin on that ball, a lot of rotations.
3 games on.
Very impressive, Guo Wang. 3-all. They're quite different players, Guo and Wang, aren't they, in terms of the way they complement each other?
Yeah, Wang's looking to move forwards a little bit more, a little flatter. And that's what we said at the beginning. Like, you just see someone moving forward. What a serve. Huh. That was kind of out of nowhere.
Yes.
But you will see one person taking aggression a little bit more and the other one defense. And this one is, you're not seeing it coming forward so much with volleys, but you can definitely see who's the more aggressive player with flatter shots on both teams.
And just to say, that was the first ace of the match. Superb ball retrieval from Wang. Just brilliant.
Again, some really important points that she's been able to dig and get to that one extra ball. Didn't think she was going to get there. And then the little reach and great control at the end.
Because that's only half of it, isn't it, getting there? It's actually, as you say, being able to still control the ball. It's a well-taken chance. Heard the clattering sound there, didn't you, as Guo struck that?
30 all.
Sometimes happens when you can't get out of the way of the chair and you have to, you know, when you're playing in a wheelchair, you hit so many different shots that you wouldn't dream of when you're standing. You have to get, because you get jammed and you have to play it in front of your face, like it's almost like an overhead from in front of your face, and that's what we see sometimes.
Here it is, another break point chance. Get this one, and they are so close to the bronze.
Left for service.
And they have got it. Will we see an immediate riposte from Lee and Ju as we did last time? Or is the destination of the bronze medal starting to become clearer and clearer? Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang have broken to lead 4-3. They're nearly there. 2 games required.
Time. Merci, s'il vous plaît, merci.
The many spectators here in Roland-Garros and on court Suzanne Longlon watching this intriguing bronze medal match in the women's wheelchair tennis doubles competition. The question is, can Guo and Wang hold on to this break of serve? They've already had one in this set and were immediately broken back.
Thank you, merci.
They have never beaten Lee and Ju. Well, that was really good defensive tennis from Guo and Wang, but steady hitting wore them down.
Yeah, and surprisingly, she got to hit 4 or 5 forehands in a row there. We haven't seen that. She's hit 1 or 2 max, and then it goes back to Zhu. You can feel it from Guo here, like she's just like, she knows how close it is.
Goodness, did she defend that with steel, Guo Luoyao.
30 all.
She's got a great mentality, hasn't she?
She does. It's so positive. All four players have been super positive.
It's a good serve.
But they can feel it. They feel how close this is. They've got it right here. Feel the excitement for her.
Oh, such a tense moment.
Really missing it by a little bit too. Such an important game.
We'll have one more chance at least.
Advantage one.
There's palpable tension on every face on that court.
There is. Big forehand.
That was an absolutely horribly tense point, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I wonder where you were going with that there, but it was. It was obvious that no one wanted to make an unforced error there, so they're like, we're going to have good net clearance, we're going to have good height, we're not going to play close to the lines, and then I think finally Lee was like, I'm going to go for it, and she just misses it.
I don't know about you, but I barely remember to breathe during that rally. You could feel it in the crowd as well.
Maybe we need to breathe out when they're hitting too, like the grunts.
Well, this is now a hugely significant service game for Lee and Ju. And we are seeing separation in this second set in a way that we didn't so concretely in the first. And you just spare a thought here for Ju Jun-jun, who at 35 is close to experiencing a second consecutive loss in the doubles bronze medal match at the Paralympic Games.
There's the pressure. I think that you see Ju's serve as well, breaking down the last couple of times. We've seen her with her toss way off and her serve speed's gone down, and then the lack of first serve, but then also the pressure now on Lee on that. Again, a very important point coming up with the unforced error.
We've gone a lot more quickly through this second set. 2.25 hours the match in total. 1 hour and 31 minutes was set number 1. Good retrieval. They've got there in the end, though. That reaction from Guo Luoyao.
Love 40.
It's so close now. She knows it. Wong knows it. Wong, who lost in the bronze medal match in Tokyo. Lost along with the player who is now serving to her.
Thank you, players are ready, thank you.
One more point, that's all.
Game, set a match. Go away.
Overjoyed.
White 2 set to love, 7-6.
They have overcome
6-3.
their teammates, Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang. A great contest, a dramatic contest, a close contest. Victory for the youngest player in this group of 4 and her partner, who experienced the disappointment of loss 3 years ago in Tokyo. 7-6, 6-3. The bronze medal goes to Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang. And it was tight, and it's going to be tough for Lee and Ju to lose that.
Yeah, they were not happy at the net. That was not a warm reception at the net, which you feel for them, right? And you feel for these two here as you see them getting emotional, but what a match they played.
She's been a joy to watch, hasn't she, throughout these games?
She's like, you can take my racket now. I don't need the racket. I just want the flag. Looking for maybe family, friends, what to do next. Like, where do we go? What do we do?
Guo Luoyao has no concept of this, because this is easily the biggest moment of her career, isn't it?
Yep.
Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziying, the winners in the bronze medal match. And congratulations to Wang, who has come back 3 years after that loss in Tokyo to finish on the podium. And as we see, Joe, these scenes of celebration, you have to keep in the back of your mind and in your heart Ju Junjun at 35. She's lost 2 of those in a row now. And she is the player, Ju, who has spoken of her desire to inspire growth in the sport, to see more great young players come through and take over from her. And it's just that it's happened in the cruelest of ways here. It's happened with her being directly beaten by that next generation like Guo.
Yeah, and that's something she's going to have to come to terms with and understand that she has created this environment for these players to come up and take over from them.
2 hours and 19 minutes, the bronze medal won by Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang of the People's Republic of China against their own teammates Li Xiaohui and Ju Junjun. Very close match, but we started to see separation as we went through into the second set. Ultimately, 48 unforced errors for Li and Ju.
Yeah, and some of them were really tough times too, and from the person that hit some of the most winners too.
So the first medal has been settled in the women's doubles competition. The gold medal contest still to come. And we have gone against the seeding there because the number 4 seeds have beaten the number 3 seeds. And there they are.
Great souvenir for someone. The Bulls sign, Paris 24 Bulls, by the bronze medalists.
And the easiest shot that she'll have to play in her life there, Wang Ziyang.
Never goes out.
Yes,
doesn't matter.
Right.
There's no out.
She's worked so hard over the course of her career, Ju Junjun, to foster an environment of excellence in Chinese wheelchair tennis. She's played her part in their triumph. They'll acknowledge that surely in due course. Great ambassadorial figure, isn't she, for the sport in China?
She is, and she's got to be proud of that and what she's accomplished.
Let's look back at the conclusion of this contest and the most significant moments of set number 2. Just slowly but surely, Joe, we started to see separation, didn't we? An early break of serve was accomplished by Guo and Wang. Yes, they were then pegged back at 2 apiece, but they really handled the pressure points.
Yeah, and I think that Wang did an amazing job just grinding it, getting to those extra balls, making Li play a few extra balls, and then when we saw it on some very important points, Li, not on that one, but some other very important points missing at very, very important times also. But then you look at Guo, and she just played amazing. That forehand down the line was impeccable.
It has come to an end. The bronze medal contest won by Guo Luoyao and Wang Ziyang in the women's doubles competition in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. The wheelchair tennis quad singles bronze medal match is about to take place. Guy Sasson of Israel, the number 3 seed and world number 3, against the world number 5, Ahmed Kaplan of Turkey. A third meeting between these players. And it is another meeting on clay. They've never not met on this surface. They've all been matches of consequence. 2 finals in ITF competition. But this is the biggest one of all, the Paralympic bronze. Both have been comfortable wins for the 44-year-old from Ramat Gan near Tel Aviv. But Ahmed Kaplan, the youngster, has been a really exciting prospect at these games and this season. Representing Turkey, Ahmed Kaplan, 22, the world number 5 ranked player, and he has had some very striking victories to get to this stage. He's beaten David Wagner and Andy Lapthorne. Those are big players to beat.
They are big players to beat, and it was a joy to watch him play. He's been excited in every single moment he's been out here.
He will take on Guy Sasson of Israel, the world number 3 ranked player. 44 years of age. Some great performances from him, beating Francisco Kayolev and Greg Slade. And a very close semi-final. He lost 7-6, 6-4 to Sam Schroeder. Sometimes elite athletes will tell you those are the hardest matches to actually recover yourself from. The ones where you're thinking, maybe, just maybe, I could have been in the final. For Kaplan, he lost 6-1, 6-1 in his semi-final in 57 minutes to Niels Fink. So it will be interesting to see psychologically the difference between them, or the similarities as they come out to face each other.
Yeah, and I do think as well, Kaplan, he's just so, his first Paralympics, he's made such an impact on the sport already. His ranking's gone up, so for him to be here, he's just happy to be here. He's still smiling, he's waving to everybody, so I think he comes in with almost a better mindset as opposed to the disappointment of Sasson.
Yes, the Israeli gentleman playing at his 2nd Paralympics, first time competing in the quad category, and we'll talk about the differences between them in just a moment or two. But Joe, what is it that makes this gentleman so good?
I think that when you start coming up through a division and people don't know you, right? It's like they don't know how to play you. Yeah. He's got some big shots, he's strong, and he's still, he only started playing wheelchair tennis in 2020. So he's he's young and he's vibrant, and he is just such a great personality. So I'm excited to see where the next, couple of years and the next Paralympic cycle takes him.
Such different stages of their sporting lives. He is literally half the age of 44-year-old Guy Sasson.
That is the beauty of tennis, though. We are the most healthiest sport in the world, and it adds 10 years to your life. I don't know if you knew that, Ollie. Data has just come out.
Yeah.
Data has just come out about it. You should check it out. 9 years to your life, more than any other sport.
Wow.
Because it also has a social element too. That's the other thing it has.
And there is a quite striking community, isn't there, in wheelchair tennis? We've seen it at these games, the way the players actually interact with each other.
Yeah, the one thing that the wheelchair players do that the standing don't do is that they wish each other a good match before they start. They actually go to each other, give each other a high five or a fist bump, and it always kind of gives me chills and makes me proud to be a part of wheelchair tennis when I see that.
Now, this is the quad singles competition, so just a word on the classifications. There are 2 classifications in the sport of wheelchair tennis, what effectively can be termed the open classification, which comprises 4 of the 6 medal events, the gender-separated events of the women's and men's singles and doubles, and those are for players with a permanent physical disability that results in substantial loss of function in one or both lower extremities. The same criteria applies to the quad competition, with one additional criterion, which is substantial loss of function in one or both upper extremities, and where there are therefore at least 3 extremities affected.
And you'll see that somewhat. You'll see here that Kaplan's going to start taping the racket to his hand, so he has some loss of function of strength in his hand. And so that's interesting, and it's a whole new dynamic too. When you have to tape your hand to the racket, just if you think about that and you're holding a tennis racket, you do not change a grip. And in tennis, you 99% of the time you change grips. You have one grip for a serve and the volley and a backhand, and then you have a different grip for the forehand. So you'll see Kaplan have the same grip. So therefore, you're also going to see him with a different serve, because he does use a pretty extreme semi-Western forehand grip, and he is serving underhand. So it's almost like he has to focus on breaking people's serve, because he's starting off a little bit defense on his own serve.
And we do see that a lot more, don't we, in the quad division overall?
Yeah, you do. I mean, some of them do not, some of them do, and it just depends on what level they are and what their needs are.
Well, let's talk about what level he is, a level good enough to win his first Grand Slam singles title this year. The French Open champion, beating no less Sam Schroeder.
Yep, and again, the great close-up there a few seconds ago of the racket being taped to the hand, and it's difficult enough playing tennis when you're pushing with a chair but then having to keep the same grip. It's very difficult, but they will, you know, as I said, they figured it out, they figure out how to do it, and therefore you will definitely see the inverted backhand here. There's no grip change here. They will use the semi-Western to push, and then they'll use the other side. He will use the other side for the backhand.
So we will hand over in a moment to the chair umpire for this, Scott Elbin. Huge congratulations to Scott Elbin on his selection for this bronze medal contest. He's from Ohio, so we say Ohio, Scott, and good luck officiating this contest. Very well regarded umpire, Scott Elbin.
He also is the assistant referee, and he has been the referee of a lot of the, he's more on the referee track with some of the others. So this is a good place for him to be here, but very knowledgeable.
Interesting call, that guy, Sasson, winning the toss of the coin, electing to receive. You mentioned Kaplan being often quite defensive from his own serve, so...
Yeah, you see a lot of the wheelchair players, though, receive. I mean, it's almost like it's very hard to win your serve. There's reasons for that, because it's hard to recover afterwards. So really, it's almost like you see a lot of the players elect to receive to start with. They want to try and get that early break.
National flag flying behind Guy Sasson, 44 years of age. Ahmed Kaplan, look at who he's beaten. David Wagner in round one, one of the greats. Andy Lapthorne in the quarterfinal, one of the greats, and look how tough a match it was as well. And then a difficult encounter with Niels Fink in the semi-final stage. But that is quite a resume for this youngster, who has made himself known this year with 5 titles, including his first at ITF 1 level, the Open International de Royan. Really a very fine clay court player as well, Ahmed Kaplan. Guy Sasson, the French Open champion, his first Grand Slam singles title, won this year. beat Francisco Kayolev of Chile in the first round. A hard contest that. Kayolev's a difficult player to beat, very suited to clay. And then the exciting youngster Greg Slade of Great Britain, beaten 6-1, 6-2 in the quarterfinal stage. And then that 2-hour, 18-minute match against Sam Schroeder, a 7-6, 6-4 loss in the last 4 of the competition. They both had one really long, grueling match. It's just the difference is his was against Andy Lapthorne and he won it.
Yeah, I mean, he's had such a great tournament, such a great year, really coming out onto the scene, and I'm excited for what the future's going to hold for him.
Guy Sasson is from Ramat Gan, which is near Tel Aviv. But now he's based in Houston, in the United States of America, in the state of Texas. Awakens at 3 o'clock in the morning to work with his real estate company in Israel.
3 minutes.
Packs in essentially a full working day with them before getting on with his training regime. He's about as fiercely determined as you'll find a person, isn't he?
He is. Most of the players are and do what they need to do to get better every day. 1% better every day.
Ahmed Kaplan is from Mersin, a Mediterranean seaport in Turkey with a population of around 1 million, named after the plant Messini, which grows everywhere there. It's a beautiful area, has the longest seaside in the nation. It's called the Pearl of the Mediterranean. Well, he has been perhaps an absolute jewel in the crown of wheelchair tennis this year. I think it would be remiss if one is talking about seaside destinations to not mention that Tel Aviv, of course, is renowned for that too. It's very fine Mediterranean weather. It's not exactly weather-wise a day that's entirely typical for where these two gentlemen grew up. It's rather grey and rainy in Paris today, but the roof is on called Suzanne Longlong. Definitely a suitable day to bring an umbrella if one is coming to watch the tennis.
And if you're just joining wheelchair tennis for the first time, the only difference really rule-wise that you'll notice is the players do get 2 bounces. The first ball does have to land inside the baseline. If not, there's no 2 bounces needed because the ball's out. So 2 bounces, first one landing inside.
1 minute.
You'll see sometimes they use it, sometimes they won't. As you see Kaplan down on your lower screen, warming that underhand serve up. So starts really far back, is able to take 1 push, is allowed to do that. Then the topspin.
Whenever one sees the underarm serve.
Sets. Guy Sasson left of the chair won the toss, elected to receive. 30 seconds.
Didn't want to interrupt Scott Elvin there, but as I was going to say, when one sees the underhand serve, it's always worth remembering that, of course, many years ago, it was the serve, wasn't it, in tennis?
It was, and every once in a while, it makes a comeback.
Yes. Unexpectedly.
Yeah, unexpectedly from different people, and it comes back, and it's sometimes effective. You usually don't see the topspin serve, though. You see more the underhand serve with it.
End of warm-up.
It's an absolutely lovely stadium, this, called Suzanne Longlong. Brilliant ticket sales throughout the Paralympic Games and the Olympic Games before it. 2 equal halves of the great Parisian sporting summer. Even if it doesn't feel like summer today, I promise you it still is. Well, from summer to somebody who's very much in the spring of his career, new to this sport, almost impossibly good, actually, when you consider that he's barely been playing this sport for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, just the improvement, and he did play wheelchair basketball before, and his coach said to him, you need to play a individual sport, so that's how he got into wheelchair tennis. So the movement's there, and I'm excited for this match.
Welcome one and all to Court Suzanne Lenglen, Roland-Garros.
Ahmet Kaplan to serve.
It's Paris 2024 and the quad singles bronze medal match in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. Ahmet Kaplan of Turkey will serve. Guy Sasson of Israel will receive.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Players are ready. Love 15.
What is going to be difficult for Kaplan is that Sasson is a very sophisticated, complete player, isn't he? And if the serve does not have enough to trouble Sasson, then he's going to find himself very compromised early on in the rally.
Like that. Good call, Ollie. I think that's where he really struggled with Vink too, so he's going to have to figure this piece of his game out to see what he can do to kind of equalize the serve. He could do that.
That's really fascinating. First 2 points, tale of extremes.
Yes. But I think Sasson just trying to show him, hey, I'm going to crush your return, and then I'm also going to try and chip it. So making him think just a little bit.
So break point early on, not entirely unsurprising. We've got real depth on that return of serve, Sasson. How well he started.
Yeah, I think that as we talk about the quad division, you've already got Sasson here, who's very, very strong player, strong physically, lots of experience. And then you've got the Dutch players of Vink and Schroeder that are the younger ones that are probably going to make, history with how many medals they're going to make. But then you have Kaplan, and he's got to figure out how this serve is going to evolve and how he needs to improve his serve, or what he needs to do. Does he need to not start so far back and actually start in a little bit closer, because he starts really far back? Because to challenge these players that are the bigger hitters, that's what he's going to have to focus on.
Guy Sasson to serve.
May I say there that Scott Elbin brought the entirety of Court Suzanne Lenglen to order in the manner of somebody behind the reception desk in the New York Public Library.
He's done it twice so far.
Let first serve.
Beautiful forehand there from Kaplan. When he has the time to get around that backhand, he's got a big forehand. Good spin, good net clearance.
15 all.
Beautiful again, using that forehand down the line.
$15-30.
Very good, accurate striking. Opened up the space so effortlessly.
Yeah, the serve really set that point up, and then just taking that forehand early to the open court.
But we're just starting to see now the evidence of why this young gentleman has been so difficult to play against. Beautifully put away.
And that's what he's going to have to do in this match. He's going to have to really take advantage of Sasson's serve when he can, and then try and just defend and neutralize his serve.
1-1 in the quad singles bronze medal match. It was hard to read, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Got good net clearance, good arc, lots of spin, so when the ball bounces, it's really jumping up. And touche, I can do it just as good as you can.
15 all.
Lovely start to this match.
So we talked a little bit when you start the issue with serving. You're serving in a chair, it's very hard to recover. So the return down the line becomes very important, or the return at the body. But if you watch where Kaplan's starting, he's starting so far back, right? He doesn't have that issue. He's able to push up and he's able to move quickly. So interesting to see what Sasson's doing. Is he moving forwards and taking the ball early, or is he trying to maybe let that ball bounce 2 times and get back in the point?
That's sophisticated play. It's intelligent play.
That's that reverse backhand where he was just able to get over it and open up the court beautifully with an angle.
Fabulous game from Kaplan. He holds serve and he makes it look very simple, actually. So it is Kaplan who leads by 2 games to 1.
time.
Welcome to those of you just joining the wheelchair tennis quad singles bronze medal match at the Roland-Garros Stadium on court Suzanne Lenglen. Guy Sasson of Israel and Ahmed Kaplan of Turkey contesting this third place playoff at the Paralympic Games. Should Kaplan be victorious, it would be the first time a player from Turkey has won a wheelchair tennis medal at the Paralympic Games. They would be the 14th nation to achieve such success.
Mesdames, Messieurs, un peu de silence, s'il vous plaît.
The 13th nation came just a day ago as South Africa joined the list of successful countries in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympics. Well, wasn't that a marvellous return?
Yeah, ball came right into his body, but was able to just create an incredible angle.
Love 15.
Sasson looked astonished at that and just had to acknowledge it was too good. Well, he did well, just forced Sasson to play a difficult shot.
Love 30.
It's the third meeting between them. Sasson has won both, 6-1, 6-2 in the final of a competition in Turkey, and 6-3, 6-2 in the final of the French Riviera Open. So yet another clay court meeting. The reason I mention those results at this particular time is that Kaplan is only 2 points away from already equaling the highest number of games he's ever won in a set against Guy Sasson.
It's all about confidence, right? Because you say that about equaling the number of games he's won, but he's also had 2 amazing wins in this tournament. So he's had 2 amazing wins. He's going to come in thinking that he can do better. Well, he's wanting to win the bronze, but he's going to do a lot better than what he's done in the past.
He's a very different player, isn't he, from the one that contested those 2 finals? And he seems to quite like a big crowd.
Oh, he loves it.
There we go. 2 breaks of serve. And this gentleman started superbly.
Yeah, sorry. He was saying he just was not able to do that with Vink in his semi-final match. He was really struggling to get the ball out of the middle. Vink was controlling the center of the court, and whenever he got a chance, it just went straight up the middle, and Vink was just punishing it. And he was not able to do this against Vink. When he did, he was winning a lot of points. So he's definitely put this right and fixed it, what he was not able to do in the last round.
Oh, yes, certainly not the truest connection. Doesn't matter, though.
Doesn't matter. Take it. Got to use the whole racket. Rackets are expensive. Got to use them all.
No, that's superb. Lovely return.
I think Sasson's got to think about taking the ball on one bounce and not letting Kaplan get back into the point when he's moving forwards, being a little bit more aggressive on the serve.
He plays some very intelligent shots, doesn't he, Kaplan, to buy himself time and to set himself up.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he knew that Sasson was out there, but just took his time. And even though it was a winner, it was a very high percentage winner. Good net clearance, good spin.
He's an absolute joy to watch, this young man, isn't he?
He is. And if you look at the backhands in that rally, you also understand why the tip bar is so important, because he's just using his whole body, rotating, using his back as well to really get unbelievable topspin on that backhand.
Chair design is such a fundamental part, isn't it, of the sport? Getting it right for each player. A lot of work goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, it has to. And they keep tweaking it, too. You'll see the player's chair change over time.
Good efforts. It feels so finely balanced, doesn't it, the Kaplan serve, because at times he's being totally dominated and at times he looks very in control.
Yes, he does. And I just think it's really Sasson that's doing that for him. He's either taking it early and being aggressive, or he puts it in play in the middle and then it equalizes the point out. Again, once he got that ball out of the middle, then the point opens up for him.
Advantage.
He doesn't look too happy
Kaplan.
about the way he constructed that point. This is now
Kaplan.
the best by some way that he's ever performed against Guy Sasson. Ahmed Kaplan
leads 4 games
is
to 1.
4-1 up in the opening set. This is not going with ranking, this is not going with the form book, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens next.
Time.
This is an absolutely joyous match to watch so far. It's tactically fascinating.
Mesdames, Messieurs, prenez place.
There's an energy to this young man. There's a sophistication to this elder statesman.
Seats, please. Players are ready. Sit down, please. Prenez place.
Scott Elbin's instructions clear. Hope you're having fun. Now stop having it and sit down. Get to your seats.
Very, very strict there.
So important to get the conditions right for these athletes. Yeah, that gave Kaplan a lot to work with, didn't it?
Yeah, again, Sason's not doing great with his serve, not being super aggressive with it, but Kaplan totally changed from his semi-final match. He's way more aggressive and really confident right now. That plays worked well for Sason. The kick serve out wide, and then when Kaplan's returning the ball down the line, the forehand cross court to the open court.
He became the first Israeli player to win a Grand Slam in the quad category. Sasson, when he was victorious here at Roland-Garros earlier this year. That's flawless.
Keeps going out wide on that backhand side and doing well with it. He should keep going out wide.
Yes, he's clearly got a strategy, hasn't he? But you'd expect Guy Sasson to have a fully thought through strategy.
Game.
So he gets the hold of serve. First game in 5-1. Needed that one.
Leads 4 games to 2.
And then this game becomes vitally important. See whether Sasson changes his strategy on the return of serve. Whether he looks to come in and take the ball a little bit earlier, or whether he hangs back. Choosing to take that ball earlier on the rise. See whether he continues to do that. It's been very effective when he does.
That's lovely movement and lovely shot making. Gosh, he's going after this game, isn't he?
He is. He knows how important this game is.
Oh, wow.
Very different change of strategy in this return game than the time before.
He's not given Amit Kaplan a moment to himself, has he?
He is not.
3 break points. Consider the mood
Game,
changed.
Sasson.
Consider the dynamic altered.
Ball change, please.
Consider Guy Sasson completely back in the contest.
Kaplan
He
leads
breaks
4 games
to
3.
love, and it's 4-3.
Time.
Guy Sasson serving to level this contest.
Thank you. Thank you, Madame, Monsieur.
One thing that has become very clear from watching Ahmed Kaplan in the short time that he's been playing this sport is that he will not drop his head when things get difficult. He's a tough, tough competitor. It's easy to see, isn't it, why he's become so popular at these games.
Yeah, it has. He's got such a great attitude, such a brilliant smile, and he's going after every ball too, and it's showing just his grittiness.
Sometimes people can have a wonderful attitude. It doesn't necessarily translate to a style of game that gets the crowd going, and he has got both, hasn't he?
He does, for sure. I do think this is where a little bit of inexperience comes in. In that game, he was up,
15.
you know, he's up 4-3, and then he's made 3 unforced errors. So just putting that ball in play and getting the point started.
He opened up the space, Sasson just couldn't get the height.
(40-30).
Well, well, well. Suddenly.
Yeah, 3 huge backhands again in that rally.
He's got some spectacular shots.
Yes, he's got really good upper body strength as well. Hits that backhand from well above his shoulders.
For those people who are new to watching wheelchair tennis, Joe, the concept of the inverted backhand, it's an interesting one, isn't it? And it's once you see it, you can't unsee it. You then notice it all the time.
You do. And to start with, you're kind of like, you double take and you're like, how are they hitting that backhand? And then you realize what it is. You realize why. As we said, it's using the same grip, using a semi-Western forehand grip, and using the other side of the racket. I think there's only one person standing, and it was Sergio Berstege, maybe, from Spain, that used to do that standing because his grip was so extreme.
He has changed the culture of this match again. From a 4-1 position of advantage to 4-3. He gets the break once more and will serve for the opening set in this bronze medal match.
Did really well in that game to come back after the 3 unforced errors.
Thank you. Thank you. Players are ready.
Serving for the opening set, Ahmed Kaplan.
Sasson again just moving forwards. He did really well on the last on his last return game. So he's going to look to keep moving forwards because that's been very successful for him so far.
all.
He keeps going for it. He's not going to change his style of play. He's going for those balls, and sometimes he's a little out of position, sometimes maybe not the right choice. That's where the experience, when he gets more matches under his belt, will certainly help him.
One out of 4 points won on the second serve so far. Two breakback points for the Israeli.
15-40.
Sasson bought himself time in that exchange, and he's also got himself another break of serve. So we are still unclear as to the destination of this first set by 4.
Time.
What a great crowd and environment here today.
Very important service game for Guy Sasson. Trailing as he is, 5-4.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Really produced some ferocity on that serve.
15 love.
Just to confirm, the score is 15 love. There we go. Had a little error on the graphic.
Again, using that serve on the ad side, he's been very successful with it.
30
Didn't go
love.
quite as wide, but was still able to take the ball early enough to put Kaplan under pressure. I'm frustrated there. He knows how well that Kaplan's been returning. So to give an unforced error and a double fault.
He's somebody who evidently expects a great deal of himself out on court. Wasn't that the right decision?
Beautiful backhand. Just picture perfect on that backhand side. Taking his time.
Some shots look beautiful.
It's not good. Yeah, I can focus the ball.
Well, we'll come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, if not, just tell them secure.
I think it's the people behind, maybe with the flags. He's allowed to do that as many times as he wants.
Oh!
40-30. let. First serve.
A hold of serve for Guy Sasson. 5 apiece. It's easily the most competitive set they've ever had. But who's going to take it?
And a great ball from Sasson there. Got jammed and was just able to take the pace off and roll it.
Coming up to the 45-minute mark. It's a thoroughly engaging match. It's very hard to quite clearly see the destination of the bronze medal. We just remind ourselves that Kaplan was 4-1 up and 5-3 up.
Thank you.
So this is a hugely pressurizing service game to now have to hold on to. Especially when it starts like that.
Yeah, and Sasson's just, I mean, Kaplan's got to do something different with his serve at this point. Just a little bit more pace, a little bit more height to stop Sasson just moving in and taking it so early.
He's clearly got it worked out, hasn't he?
He does. He took him a few games to do it. Did it really well in the beginning, the first game, and then after that struggled a little bit, but has come back to the realization of moving in and taking it early is the way to go.
$15-30.
He did so well to get back into a neutral position in that rally because he was on the defensive, wasn't he, from the moment he struck the serve.
Sasson, yes, and Sasson did a great job there of getting back into the point, but really good point there and a very important point for Kaplan.
Fabulous placement into the corner.
Such a huge amount of topspin. That ball was so low. Him to get it up and back down again. Good racket acceleration.
40-30.
That's marvelous technique.
It is.
phenomenally well handled.
Game.
What
Kaplan.
a high-pressure game, and Ahmed Kaplan makes light of it. 6-5, he now leads.
Kaplan leads.
And
6
Sasson
games to
will
5.
seek to extend this match into a tiebreak.
Time.
Well, we are all being very much entertained by this bronze medal match in the quad singles competition at Paris 2024. Will we be entertained in a tiebreak? Let's see what happens as Guy Sasson, the number 3 seed and the reigning French Open quad singles champion, has ball in hand.
Thank you. S'il vous plaît.
It was a good effort, wasn't it?
It was. Thought he almost had it so far back. Just needed to really, when he that far back, just got to throw the ball up so high to give himself more time to get back into the point.
Love.
It's remarkable just how much his level has improved in a short space of time. When you consider the previous meetings between these players, it never really had a close set. He wore him down.
Pushing, getting that extra one ball back in the court. Did ask for it to be checked.
But he's cross about it, Sasson.
Sure he is. He was in control of those points, and he just, you know, that's where you get that one ball back in the court to make your opponent play.
2 further points required for Ahmed Kaplan to take this set. 2 for Guy Sasson to force a tiebreak. Sasson has won 2 out of 8 points on the second serve. That's all. That's magnificent. He's got a set points.
Huge forehand, really ramped that up. Racket head acceleration. Thought he was maybe going to go cross court, but no. Again, really high percentage.
40.
He's got the set. Ahmet Kaplan of Turkey.
Game in first set.
Incredible. For the first time ever, he wins a set from Guy Sasson. And he's only picked the bronze medal match at the Paralympic Games to do it.
Great set by him. He played amazing. See whether he can put together another set.
7-5. Hugely well done.
What a great set as well. You've got 17 winners and 3 unforced errors. That's the way you want to be. Sasson, not bad though with 13 and 5, but those extra winners from Kaplan really made that difference in that 53-minute first set.
Let's take a look back at the opening set. Started so strongly for Ahmet Kaplan. Despite being broken in the opening game, he immediately responded with a double break of his own. Got himself into a 4-1 position of advantage with bold shot making like that. Sasson was troubled, but he then retaliated. Managed to get the contest to 5 apiece, showing some of his characteristically sophisticated and well-judged tennis. As the set went on, so the chance came for Ahmet Kaplan, and he won it 7-5. The rain comes down, but the sun shines on Ahmet Kaplan. Now, all he's got to do is do the whole thing again.
You make that sound so easy, Ollie.
Exactly. It's really not, is it?
No, it's really not. It's not going to be easy for him. Talking there to the coaches. While Sasson takes a bathroom break.
We will resume in just a moment or two. Returning to the court is Guy Sasson, having lost the first set 7-5 in the best part of an hour to Ahmed Kaplan. And we await in a moment or two the resumption of the quad singles bronze medal match on court Suzanne Lenglen, Roland-Garros and Paris 2024. He would be the first ever player from his nation to win a wheelchair tennis medal at the Paralympic Games. But one expects that we will see a response now from Guy Sasson. The question is, what does he need to do? What does Kaplan need to do to hold on and win this?
Kaplan needs to just keep doing exactly what he's been doing. Be aggressive, get the ball out of the middle. Once the ball's out of the middle, Sasson's in trouble. And then Sasson on the other side still needs to, on the return of serve, he has to move up and take advantage and be a little bit more aggressive on that return of serve.
Yes, he seems to be almost caught in two minds, doesn't he, with the return of serve? Sometimes he's really attacking it, and other times he's getting into more of a passive approach.
Yeah, he's just got to commit to doing it and got to understand that, you know, when you're in the moment, sometimes it's easier for us to look at it and see the stats and see what's happening. But sometimes it's hard for the players in it, so they may feel that, you know, hey, that's not working as well as what it needs to work. So sometimes that's where they second guess themselves.
Questions, questions, questions. Answers forthcoming.
Second set.
Set number 2.
Kaplan to serve.
Important service game for Kaplan at the start of the second set, just to keep his strong position going. Not a comfortable beginning.
Yeah, and then, you know, Sasson went and did the bathroom break and the change as well. So then now Kaplan needs to try and find his rhythm a little bit. Just like that.
$15 all.
It was a slightly tentative serve, but it did work.
Yeah, well, that's where Sasson has to push up and be ready for it. He's starting so far back, and he wants to give himself a little bit of time, but he's got to move in and try and take it on the first bounce. Even that there was not a super aggressive return, but on one bounce, nice high and deep back, put Kaplan really leaning backwards.
Unplayable. And the difference is striking, isn't it?
It is. I mean, once he gets that return out of the middle, percentage of points that he's winning is sky high.
Immediate chance for Sasson to break.
Advantage, Sasson.
That's only the 5th unforced error in the whole match from Kaplan.
The problem is it's hard to maintain that, isn't it? Once you've had a set where you've played so well.
First game, second set.
And immediately Sasson is able, perhaps psychologically, just to get his mind out of that opening set. Early break for the number 3 seed. But if you are Ahmed Kaplan, you can go into this game knowing, look, I've already broken him 4 times, I can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have the confidence, especially after that first set. But the first couple of games of every set is so important. You've just won that first set, 7-5. Don't want to go down 2-love and be trying to dig yourself out of a hole straight away.
Love 15. Oh. 15 all.
Not a bad play from Sasson there. Kaplan really far back in the baseline, and Sasson seeing it, but at this point, Sasson's just not quite executing some of the shots he should be executing.
Sense that it wouldn't take a great deal of change in terms of Sasson's level going up slightly and Kaplan's level going down slightly to really see this match tip in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very level right now, and just a few unforced errors here and there is really the difference.
Still, Sasson has only 3 out of 10 points, 1 on the second serve.
Let. Second serve.
Didn't he play that well?
Beautiful. He knows it too. Really far back behind the baseline. Sasson taking some pace off, trying to push him back.
30,
But Kaplan
40.
doing so well. Great net clearance when that ball bounced, just jumping so high.
That's absolutely fabulous
Kaplan.
tennis. And he's broken back. In that position, there was one clear shot that needed to be played. Actually making it was a different matter entirely.
He's done that multiple times on that backhand side. Come up with that backhand down the line winner. When you think backhand down the line winner, you think such a low percentage shot, but all of his winners are coming from very, very high percentage. Good net clearance, good topspin, and just an easy, it's not easy, but an easy down the line that turns into a winner.
On we go then. Back-to-back breaks of serve, just as we had at the start of set one here in set two. It was at this stage that Kaplan opened up a 4-1 advantage. One thing about Kaplan that's important to focus on is that he's fast.
He is. He's very quick because he's very strong. He's big. He's a strong guy and gets to, really gets to it quickly. He's able to push a couple pushes and he's there. And then when he's there, he's able to hit such a strong ball back.
This is marvelous.
It was like lining up. Knew that one was coming.
30 love.
Great ball from Sasson there, pushing in, short ball off of Kaplan, and Sasson taking full advantage of it.
40-15.
He's finding this really tough. He's finding this unlike either of his previous meetings with the young gentleman from Mersin in Turkey. Holds and holds well.
Kaplan leads 2 games to 1.
Every match Kaplan has played, he's improved. Whether he's won it or whether he lost it, he learnt from that semi-final loss, and he's putting it right in this bronze medal match.
And that's very worrying development for everyone else in the world of quad singles.
time.
He's got to make this service game count. 44-year-old Guy Sasson. And he's got to keep the pressure on his opponent. Second time at the Paralympics for Sasson. First time in quad singles.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready. Thank you. Merci.
That's an outstanding piece of returning.
That's where the return down the line off the traditional server comes in, because they just cannot recover quick enough to recover and get back to go the opposite way.
He's really turning up the pressure.
Love 30.
He's seeing the ball very well today. It's very big for him.
It's a really interesting concept, that, isn't it? You hear people like you in your work as a coach, in your life before as a player, talk about that. The ball just seems to be a different size when you're playing well.
It does, and it's a nice feeling.
Love 40.
I don't think Kaplan realized that was a double fault there. I think he thought it was a let. He'll take it.
That's a good shot. A really significant pressure point as well. But he's still got 2 break points to endure.
40. Thank you. Thank you. Game, Kaplan.
If that's how he reacts now, just imagine how he might react if he wins that bronze medal.
I can't even imagine how he's going to react if he wins that medal. Just a beautiful backhand.
Kaplan leads 3 games to 1.
We could well have an upset. The number 3 seed in the bronze medal match, losing to the player 2 places below him in the rankings.
Going similarly to the first set. See whether Sasson here can change that in the second set.
Made that really difficult for Sasson, didn't he? Forced him into something of a nothing shot.
Yeah, and then it was really, he was going to take the forehand down the line every single time. He's just had so many winners on that side. That's where he was going. Sasson really just needed to guess one side there.
Cheerio.
And I don't think it's funny you say the decision making. When you're seeing that ball like so well, what we talked about a few minutes ago about the ball so big, you're not really thinking, you're just playing. It's just coming so naturally to you. You're not thinking, I'm going to do this. You just instinctually do what you need to do. And I think that's the position that he's at right now.
Oh, what an effort, what an effort. He did have the chance to finish that point off, didn't he, right by the net?
He did. He hesitated, and then he went down the line, and I think that Sasson just guessed the right way. I mean, he's gone down the line so much there. But that's a sort of point there that can get Sasson now back on a roll.
And just go back to what we were talking about, decision-making and the idea of you play instinctively. There was a moment there where we saw almost Kaplan making the choice as to what to do. Sometimes elite athletes and coaches like you say that you're at your worst when you think too much about something.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, look at there, right? He's just seeing it great, and he's just hitting it so well and so heavy.
40-15.
And I mean, they're even playing during, like, they're yelling during the points at this
Ladies and
point.
gentlemen, as a courtesy to both players, please do not cheer during the points. Thank you.
He's done well, Scott Elbin, looking after this one.
Pulled it a little wide there. Didn't have quite enough angle to get the angle that he wanted.
40-30.
Oh. He was just willing that to drop.
Yeah, guided it a little too much.
Deuce.
That's very nice. Good angle.
Just keeping the pressure on Sasson just consistently. Even if he misses a few, the next ball is just so heavy.
Kaplan.
He has it. A very significant hold of serve. Only 2 more games required now for Ahmet Kaplan to become the first gentleman from Turkey to win a wheelchair tennis medal at the Paralympics.
Time.
The pressure mounts on Guy Sasson, the number 3 seed. Ahmet Kaplan requires 2 further games, and he will be the bronze medalist at the Paralympics.
Seats quickly, please. Players are ready.
And now for Kaplan, one suspects brilliant. You saw the intent, didn't you? He just came straight in to attack that.
Yeah, he's gonna just, I think he's got his mind enough set where he can just focus on hitting the balls and not thinking about what is coming up in a few games.
Good take.
$15 all.
Tense shot that from Sasson.
Very, very tight, not swinging freely.
15-30.
Understandably so. This young man has given him a rotten old time today. He nearly had that.
He almost did.
30 all.
Sasson does have enough experience, though. He's going to keep putting the pressure on. He's going to make Kaplan work for this set.
That was so close to going long, ended up being spot on.
40-30.
Another crystal clear piece of execution from Ahmed Kaplan.
Deuce.
Did a lot of damage with that first backhand.
Advantage, Sasson.
But Sasson doing a good job of making Kaplan play one extra shot.
What a good hold from Guy Sasson.
Game, Sasson.
What a piece of determination we saw there from the 44-year-old. As you said, Joe, he is, after all, experienced enough as the reigning French Open champion to know how to pressurize others.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to know that the pressure and the thoughts going through Kaplan's mind about, oh my gosh, 2 games away and I could be winning a bronze medal, I'm here in the Paralympics, and all those thoughts that may go through his mind that you're hoping not, that he just stays in the moment and just says, okay, this is another match that I need to keep playing well and keep being aggressive on. And if he can do that, then I think that he's going to be a step closer towards getting that medal. But Sasson knows all those thoughts are going through his mind, so he's going to keep putting the pressure on him.
Quickly, please. Players are ready. Palais passe rapidement.
all of this adds to the weight of the occasion here for Kaplan. This is a tough first serve coming up. Yes.
All these factors that could come into the match.
Love 15.
Tightness, a little bit.
Love 30.
He's got a job on his hands here, just to get through this game. And it seems as though we're going to get
Love
a break of
40.
serve. He's never been able to really get hold of this service game, Kaplan. That will do Guy Sasson the world of good. A love break.
4 games to 3.
And this has become a little more complicated now for the young man from Turkey.
Time.
It's a great occasion, a great opportunity to experience the sport of wheelchair tennis. But it's a high-intensity one, especially for that gentleman. He was 4-1 up in the first. Did go on to take it 7-5. He was 4-1 up in this set. It is now 4-3, but it was at this stage that Kaplan broke again in the first set. Can he do it here and find himself one game away from the bronze medal?
Just forcing it a little too much. Saw him on the return serve, push forwards to be really aggressive, but again, not controlling that center of the court. When he gets it off the center of the court, he's winning those points. Really important for Kaplan to try and get off the center of the court.
In. What's in his mind now?
Looks a little bit more worried than he did a few games ago.
Goodness, it was another very tense point, wasn't it?
It is very tense, and those unforced errors coming out from Kaplan now. The pressure is higher.
Brilliant from Guy Sasson. Well done to him to level it at 4-all.
Now we're going to see kind of what each of the men are made of here, as we say. Great comeback from Sasson, as you said, to tie it back at 4-all.
It's so finely balanced now. If Kaplan can hold here, and he's held twice in this set so far, then all of the pressure goes flying back in the direction of Guy Sasson. If he is broken here, then suddenly it's Sasson's opportunity to force a decider.
See whether Sasson keeps moving forwards and being aggressive on this return to serve.
And if you're Sasson, you must be thinking, I've got him now.
100%. If you're Sasson, you're just staying nice and calm, and you're saying, okay, he's feeling the pressure here. There it is again, the look of worry there, just a little bit. Not quite as happy as he was, not smiling, not as relaxed.
Really struggling to keep those errors in check.
Gone from 3 unforced errors in the first set to 12 so far in this set, and most of them here in the last couple games.
3 break points. Amazingly, that was in, only just. He's perilously close, or he was perilously close to not winning a point in 3 games.
15-40.
He wanted Scott Elbin to come out of the chair. His question is call, but they have to call it quickly. So if they don't, then the chair umpire will not come out of the chair.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
He's giving it his absolute best, Kaplan, but there is a tightness to this whole occasion. And Sasson is looking more and more relaxed in contrast. He will now serve for the set.
time.
Well, you just never know. Matches can change direction and change again and change again.
And maybe even change one more time too. Experience here of Sasson really showing, and the composure and the inexperience of Kaplan just not being in these situations to be able to play enough times just to say, okay, it's just another game.
Ladies and gentlemen, players are ready.
Now he has to hold serve in order to secure this set, and that brings with it a sense of pressure perhaps. But he's done brilliantly to win 4 games in succession, Guy Sasson. What a fabulous serve. He's almost there now.
But not quite. Now you see Kaplan behind in this game, and he just swings out a little bit freer, a little bit more relaxed.
That's the freest looking shot he's played for several games.
Yeah.
Two set points.
40-15.
On we go to a deciding set. Guy Sasson from 4-1 down
6 games
has taken it 6-4. It's a brilliant comeback. And now, surely, he is the gentleman who takes all of the momentum into set number 3.
Definitely going to be very difficult for Kaplan to come back from that one there. See how he's going to react in this third set.
"50 minutes, round about the same length as the opening set. And Guy Sasson with 12 winners to Kaplan's 11, 14 unforced errors for the gentleman from Turkey, most of those happening at really crucial points in the latter portion of the set.
Correct, those unforced errors started creeping in. Started out perfectly, went up 4-1, and then just got really tight from there. The moment kind of getting to him, the thoughts getting to him.
It was at times an extremely nervous set. Lots of high quality tennis early on from Kaplan. Got into a brilliant position at 4-1 up. That was the moment when he moved 3-1 to the goods. But then the comeback began, and my word, was it some comeback from Guy Sasson, winning 5 games in succession and levelling this bronze medal match in the quad singles competition.
Now it's Kaplan taking the break, taking a few minutes to try to just regroup, rethink what he needs to do. Trying to get through with his with his tennis chair there. It's not working so easily for him. So I'll just pop off the chair and go through pop off a wheel and go through.
And we will be back very soon to continue this bronze medal match. wheelchair tennis was first introduced to the Paralympic Games as a demonstration sport in 1988 in Seoul. We've just had a new demonstration sport introduced to the Paralympics there.
something he's trying to do just to really keep focused. I mean, there's a long change. He's trying to keep his hand-eye coordination. I think the crowd's liking it, and it's more of entertainment, but this is really, you'll see a lot of the players before, you know, working, doing either the juggling or doing some reaction stuff.
Well, he wakes up extremely early every morning to run his real estate company. He then trains as a wheelchair tennis player, looks after his children. So he does have a lot to juggle. Four children, Guy Sasson. His wife, a hugely accomplished doctor. He used to train in secret from all of them, believe it or not, in the early stages of his wheelchair tennis career. Didn't let anyone know that he was actually playing in the sport. Well, the world knows about him now. And the world knows about him. It's going to be a really tough set, this, for Ahmed Kaplan. One imagines what's going to be of paramount importance is getting this first hold of serve on the board. Because Guy Sasson, having spent virtually the entirety of the contest chasing the scoreboard, is now in control of the scoreboard. Nonetheless, if Kaplan can win the opening game, then at least a line can be drawn metaphorically under that second set and he can start again.
It's definitely going to be this. The first part of this set is 100% mental, whether Kaplan can kind of just let it go, that he was up a set in 4-1, he was close. He needs to just erase it, forget about it, and just play it as if this is the beginning of the match again. If he doesn't, then this could be actually a very quick set.
He goes into this set not having won a game since he was 4-1 up in the last. So 5 consecutive games won by his opponent. Important here that he takes his time to do this as he always does it, to get himself prepared and ready.
I don't think he'll rush this. He's taking his time. I mean, they know that there's, I think Sasson was even asking about the time, but Sasson did it to him, and it just takes him a little while to transfer out, transfer back in, and then obviously he has to tape his hand as well, so it takes a little bit longer time.
We've talked about everything really from his perspective, but actually just to look at it from Guy Sasson's perspective, this is a really important stage of the contest for him because he needs to maintain that intensity, doesn't he, as he goes back out to the start of the third.
He does. I mean, it's going to be important for both of them, right? They both need a really good start. They don't need a slow start in any way whatsoever. And I just think this is the experience that is coming out from Sasson. He's been in this situation before. He's played on probably this court when he won Roland-Garros. They probably played on this court. So he fully understands what is coming and what the expectations are and what he needs to do.
It is decision time as we enter the last set of the quad singles bronze medal match in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games of Paris 2024.
Final set. Kaplan to serve.
It will be Ahmed Kaplan to get the set underway. Good first point from Sasson, good movement, and it allows him to start positively.
Wasn't a bad ball or shot from Kaplan. He's got to be okay with that. The only time we've seen Sasson's frustration is one time, and everything else, his attitude has been so positive, so equal, just fighting for everything.
Twice now.
Of course. Showing his frustration there, let's say that.
But you are absolutely correct in what you say. He's somebody who, by and large, goes very calmly through a match.
That was a good rally from both of them there. Lots of balls in, no early mistakes there. But you could tell, like, as soon as Sasson won that, it was an important point too, because he just had a nice long rally, was able to come out on the top.
He is once again pressurizing. Break point in game number 1 of the decider. He has the break straight away. And there's nothing surprising about it when you consider the way the previous set ended. That is now, remarkably, 6 games in a row.
And what Kaplan stopped doing is opening up the court again. He started hitting a lot of balls up the middle, even the ones that he missed, those backhands. They were only just deep. If he'd just gone cross court, court's a little bit longer, probably would have made them in. So he really needs to focus on opening up the court a little bit more, not hitting up the center.
He's broken him plenty of times so far. Ahmed Kaplan surely can feel confident he can do it again.
Love 15.
We've actually not had a set that started with a hold of serve. And indeed, we've not had a set It hasn't begun with back-to-back breaks so far.
15 all.
Now we're seeing signs of frustration from Kaplan there. He's yelled after that one.
(30-15).
You have to be so full of admiration for how Sasson has handled the pressure points of this contest. Well, it's a brilliant shot from Kaplan because Sasson was just daring him to make a mistake, to put a little too much on the ball.
He was. Sasson's defense was fantastic and just kept asking the question, but those are the sort of points that Kaplan needs to get a little bit of confidence. She said 6 games in a row, so now he's got to really, really try to get on the board quickly here to gain some confidence.
And it can be so easy, can't it, to force the issue when you need to get something out of a set or out of a game.
When we talked about seeing the ball so well and feeling so good and how quickly you can lose that.
Hold of serve from Sasson. The first time in this match we've had a set not begin with back-to-back breaks. It's all looking very compelling for the gentleman born near Tel Aviv in Israel.
And 45 minutes ago, we didn't think that. We thought it was the other way. And so how quickly in tennis the match can change.
7 games in a row. Brilliant, absolutely ferocious defensive work from Sasson to keep that point alive.
And then he just moves up, finds it the right time, and again, punishing Kaplan side to side.
It's now a suitable time to remind everyone that Guy Sasson is 44, twice as old as Kaplan. Because he's in extraordinary condition, isn't he?
He is. I mean, obviously, you know, you can play tennis. I just said tennis adds 10 years to your life. You can play when you're 2 years old and you can play when you're 90 years old. And as long as they're training, but obviously Sasson's trained so hard for this, and not only physically, but mentally.
Oh, fabulous placement.
This honestly has been more of a mental game from when he was a set and 4-1 down. Mentality, obviously, you've got to hit the balls in the court. Not saying that, but the mental side of this game is huge.
We're still seeing those glimpses here and there from Kaplan, but they're now only glimpses.
Correct.
15-40.
He's already halfway to victory in this set.
Ball change, please.
8 games in a row won by Guy Sasson. It's an incredible turnaround.
Sasson leads 3 games.
And he is looking very good value for Paralympic bronze. 3-love in the decider.
Time.
You would have to be the stoniest of hearted not to really feel something for Ahmed Kaplan right now.
Yeah, I mean, being up a set in 4-1, being in total control, and just the turn of events, but that's what tennis is. And you know, you can't stop playing, you can't stop focusing on what's right in front of you until you've actually won the last point of the match.
Players are ready.
He did well to get a decent quality serve out of that.
And that's where in the first set and a half, Kaplan was just being so aggressive, and lots of winners coming from that.
Yes, it was decent, but it was playable.
A little bit wide. That's a classic Sasson that we've seen throughout the whole match, that kick out wide in the forehand. Never know, the same thing could happen to Sasson here. He could get a little tight, and then we could be in for a long third set.
It's a beguiling sport, isn't it, tennis? You just never quite know.
You don't.
15-30.
Super efforts, doing the right thing, Kaplan, in trying to make Sasson play.
Absolutely.
30 all.
And it's those type of points that can change a match. And if you remember in the second set, there was a point where it was a really long point, and then Sasson ended up with the lob over Kaplan's head. And I said that can change the match, and it's those type of points that do change the match.
Good width on the serve, as Guy Sasson tries to avoid this match-changing situation. Well, he is a point away from his 9th game in succession.
Thank you.
And he has that 9th game in a row, and he is looking ferocious.
He is. He's looking very confident now. Even
to love.
Team Israel coaches looking a little bit more confident too, that the boxes have even changed the way they're looking. He's looking calm and confident, they're looking calm and confident. Kaplan still smiling, enjoying the moments here.
Thank you, ladies.
Enjoying the crowds.
Thank you. Players are ready. Love 15.
If Guy Sasson wins this match, he will be only the second player from Israel to win a Paralympic singles medal in wheelchair tennis. And we have to acknowledge the mental strength that he has displayed.
He has. He's kept cool. He's kept calm. He's played simple, and he's just never given up.
And we must remember too that the journey is in its infancy for Ahmed Kaplan. He's still so new to this.
He's not going anywhere yet, because again, he can come back and hit some of those big shots. Doing a good job there. He's pushing forwards, getting the ball out of the center of the court.
Good placement.
Yeah, there's that backhand that we saw so much of for a set and a half. This would be amazing if the tides did turn again here and he was able to get it back.
Well, he just needs to get a game somehow, doesn't he? If he wins this, it'll be the first in 10 that he's actually won. And he might well do it.
We're close here, we're close.
(40-30).
Had the space and found it. Has a game at last. The first in 10 games that he's won, the first since he was 4-1 up in the second set. Something for them to smile about at last. And this is a test of Guy Sasson. Yes, he's still in a comfortable position, but a question has been asked.
Time.
You just never know. Was that an interruption, or was it the first sign of a change? We'll find out pretty soon, because at 4-1 up, Guy Sasson is serving. You know, we haven't had a set so far where 4-1 hasn't been a score that signalled a change. In the first couple of sets, it was Kaplan who had a 4-1 advantage.
15 love.
And then change started to occur. All the same fates befall Guy Sasson. He's not showing any signs of letting this slip, is he?
No, he's not. He's playing so solid. That kick serve out wide again has done really well for him. Even though Kaplan knows where it's going, Kaplan can't get that ball out of the middle. Where he just, the first set and a half, he was just making every single one of those. He just now has lost that confidence and that calmness that he had in the first set and a half.
Thank you. Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
Beautiful. There's that forehand out of the middle again. He's so strong that when he can get it out of the middle, it puts the opponent under so much pressure.
40-15.
He already is extremely good, but he has the potential to be quite phenomenal.
He's only been playing wheelchair tennis for 3 years, so 4 years.
Wonderful defence. I mean, that is how that point was won. That is how that game was won.
That's really how he's gotten back into this match, is just with really good defending and consistent play and fight. And lots of energy too. If you watch the two players playing, Sasson is a lot calmer with his body when he's playing, and Kaplan has to put a lot. He uses a lot of his body on that backhand. He's pulling back a lot to get the topspin. So when it comes down to a third set too, there's a lot more movement with Kaplan's body, and Sasson's body is a lot quieter.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready. Thank you.
brilliant construction of the point, and what brilliant technique.
Yeah, great defense again, as you said, his defense, but then a cat and mouse game, realizing where Kaplan is in the court and going behind him. Beautiful play. Kaplan trying everything he can to stay in that rally. You create your own luck, and Sasson has created his own luck there through just hard work and great resiliency. Forehand was a little tight from Sasson now, with him only being 2 points away.
15-30.
What he has done, though, is give himself such a margin for error. It has been an absolutely incredible comeback, this.
15-40.
One that is barely believable. 2 bronze medal points. The 44-year-old Guy Sasson has almost completed one of the turnarounds of these games.
Game, set, match.
At 44, Guy Sasson has accomplished something stunning, because he'd all but lost that match.
6-4, 6-1.
He had unbelievable comeback there from Guy Sasson, and he should be so proud of himself for the mental strength and resiliency.
5-7, 6-4, 6-1. He was 4-1 down in the second set, and then a run of 9 consecutive games changed everything. He has it. He has it. Bronze at the Paralympics. And all of this happening in the place where he won his first Grand Slam singles title just a matter of months ago.
I would say he likes this court. I would say he likes this court, right?
The court seems to like him too.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe his favorite court of all time.
He didn't just display incredible technique, he displayed incredible mental strength.
Yeah, resiliency and just the strength. That was what was really to be learnt from this, and feel so happy for him to come back, and his family and friends that are here and supporters, and you just have to feel slightly bad for Kaplan. He gave it his all. He played just almost perfect tennis for a set and a half, and now I think you're going to see his emotions come out, but he has such a bright future.
He's a wonderful player, isn't he? With an extraordinary acceleration, considering how little time he spent playing this sport. And his reaction as he came to the net was almost one of apology, wasn't it, to Ahmed Kaplan, that he had to beat him.
Yeah, and just great show of sportsmanship all around. And Kaplan needs to take a lot from it. I think he's got a lot of lessons to learn. As you said, he's got such a bright future ahead of him, and really nice there of the team, his team, Kaplan's team and Sasson's team.
Sense of great respect they all have for each other.
Yeah, and Kaplan needs to, you know, he'll take some learning moments from this. He'll go and he'll look at some of the data, he'll look at some of the results, he'll look at the play, and it'll only make him a stronger player of what he needs to do moving forwards.
Almost 2.5 hours it took for Guy Sasson to secure the Paralympic Games bronze medal. It was a sensational effort from the pair of them. The first 2 times that these 2 athletes met, he was not anywhere near beating Guy Sasson. In a very short space of time, he has accelerated enormously. He has transformed as a player, and he was so close here. And we will see him again. My goodness, we will see him again.
He was 2 games away, and that's going to haunt him for a little while longer yet. And that's why you're seeing all the emotion here of him and the disappointment, because he was so close, playing amazing, but all these people here supporting him. And as you said, we're going to see him again. We'll see him out on the ITF Uniqlo Tour. We'll see him hopefully in LA in 28. And we see the improvement that we've seen over the last 3 years of him, I think the quad wheelchair world will see a lot of him, and for many, many, many years to come.
That will be the next step, won't it, for Ahmed Kaplan, is going back out onto the tour and just doing what he was doing before, doing it a little better this time, winning even more, putting this behind him, however long that takes. But at 44, the finest moment of his sporting career, Guy Sasson, he is the bronze medalist at the Paralympics. Only the gold medal match remains, an all-Dutch affair between Messrs Schroeder and Fink. Well done to that young man, to that extraordinary athlete. There'll be a few people wanting to have a chat with him.
He's saying, sorry, I'll call you later, I gotta go.
Yes.
I gotta get off the court.
What are you doing at the moment? I'm playing tennis.
Exactly.
Are you somewhere nice? Yeah, it's quite good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, by the way, I just won a bronze medal. Thank you for asking. Yep. Support has been amazing, and this match was amazing, Ollie.
It was a back and forth, unpredictable affair, and this is ultimately how the final set played out. This is how it turned into Guy Sasson's moment of triumph. He just forced Ahmed Kaplan to keep playing on so many occasions. Even though Kaplan was able to produce those moments of brilliance every so often, it was the steadiness and the accuracy of Sasson that was too compelling. All of it led to a moment that Guy Sasson will remember for the rest of his life, the moment where he became a Paralympic medalist. Guy Sasson is the bronze medalist in the quad singles competition at the Paralympic Games of Paris 2024.
Greetings and welcome to the 2024 Paris Paralympics and the wheelchair tennis event. We're excited to have you join us as we settle in for another match, and an amazing match that we have. We are in Stade Roland-Garros at Suzanne-Lenglen. The roof is on, the weather is chilly and has been raining off and on all day, but that doesn't affect us. Had so many wonderful moments already on this court, and we are excited to bring you the men's singles semi-final. Alfie Hewitt, the world #1, taking on Martin de la Puente, the world #3, Great Britain and Spain. We are in for a great match. These two have played each other multiple times. Hewitt leads 22-1. Last win, and the only win for De La Puente, came last year in Barcelona on clay. Final preparations here as the court is getting groomed. Groundskeepers and court keepers have been doing a wonderful job with the courts here, the red clay at Stade Roland-Garros. As we see the players coming out, Martin de la Puente, #3 seed, 25 years old, from Spain. From Great Britain, Alfie Hewitt, #1 in the world, age 26. As I spend a few minutes getting ready, making the last final preparations, switching over to their tennis chair and their everyday chair. Some difference if you're joining us and haven't seen wheelchair tennis before. Difference in the chairs with the wheels, the camber being more angled. They can become one with the chair. They move quickly, they're agile, and those wheels will allow them to change direction and push very, very quickly. Each chair designed for each player's needs individually. They'll be strapped in usually around the hips, around the thighs, around the knees, and somewhere around the feet, to become one with the chair, move as quick as they can. Look at Team Spain and De La Puente's team. Also notice the tip bar in the back. The players move so fast, and when you see them serve, you'll understand why they need the tip bar. Amazing year for Alfie Hewitt here, #1 seed, #1 in the world. Got 9 Grand Slam titles to his name. Has the Korea Grand Slam, and is looking to be the 4th player to win a Golden Slam career, which means that he would win all 4 Grand Slams plus the gold here in the Paralympics in his career. He's also in 2nd place with the most men's wheelchair Grand Slam titles. Had a good run this year at Grand Slams. Wimbledon, he won it. That's the one he was missing. Roland-Garros here, lost in the semifinals, and then Australian Open. He lost in the final, and then he has 6 other titles. On the other hand, De La Puente, number 3 in the world, just got to that in July of 24, so he's at his highest. Wimbledon lost in the final to this young man, Alfie Hewitt, then lost in the first round in Roland-Garros and Australia, and has 3 additional titles this year. And he is the first Spanish player to reach the singles semifinals in any wheelchair tennis event, so making history himself. And De La Puente's 3rd Paralympics, and the same for Alfie Hewitt. Both right about the same age. Chair umpire, Uzbekistan. Dudasheva will join the players at the net in a minute. Go over a few of the rules, talk about where they put their towels, and talk to them about line calling or non-line calling and how that works. Looking at De La Puente's road to the semifinals, Casco from Argentina, straight set. Scheffer's number 15 seed, straight sets, and then took out Stefan Houdet in 3 sets. Looking at Alfie Hewitt's road to the semifinals, Sergei Lisov, straight sets, and then Rai from Japan, a little bit of a tougher first set, and then took out the 10 seed Ruben Spagarin in straight sets in the quarterfinals. Said we do have a head-to-head with these two, and seems like a tall order for De La Puente because it would only be the 2nd time in 23 meetings, or this is the 24th, that De La Puente could win. These two know each other very well. There is no electronic line calling here at Roland-Garros, so the chair umpire will come out of the chair if there are any questions or calls. The player does have to stop immediately, ask for the chair umpire to come out. If it's too late, then the chair umpire is not able to come out. If you're just looking at seeing this for the first time, wheelchair tennis, the only major rule difference that you will notice is the 2 bounces. So players do get 2 bounces if they need it. A lot of times you'll see that they don't need it, but they do have it. Obviously the first ball has to land inside the court, otherwise it's going to be called out, so then you won't need any bounces. But then the second bounce can be outside. We'll also see some of the grip changes and how they hit their backhands, how they're pushing with a semi-western forehand grip, and then they'll stay with their same grip and hit a backhand, which is a reverse backhand. atmosphere here in Paris for these Paralympics has been just second to none, and just such an amazing atmosphere, very different from other Grand Slams and other tournaments. The fans have been out. There's music, there's singing, there's dancing. Players have been talking about how the atmosphere has just been wonderful almost every day. The stadiums have been filled and sold out. Kids did start back into school this week in Paris, so got a little bit quieter. First couple days they were back in school, but there's been lots of kids out here watching these athletes play, learning about wheelchair tennis. And we're expecting some good crowds today. Players will make last-minute preparations. This is the men's singles semi-final, Paris 2024 wheelchair tennis. Alfie Hewitt, Martin Della Puente, and it'll be Martin Della Puente that kicks us off.
Martin Della Puente to serve. Play.
Good start for Hewitt. Two big returns, the backhand cross court on the first point, and then going right into the body of Della Puente for the second. Such a good return in wheelchair tennis, either down the line or right at the body. Very difficult to recover and or get out of the way. Good game for Hewitt, three big returns, and then the first double fault from Della Puente. Coaching is allowed. They're allowed to have quick 1-2 sentence words with their coaches when they're the same ends, and when they change ends, only hand signals are allowed.
I'll pick you this one.
serving, sometimes difficult to recover. You see the players recovering, turning figure 8, turning their back to the court, but a lot of times after the serve, they don't have the time to do that. So the return right at the body is very, very effective. See that semi-western grip with the push forwards. Another good aggressive return from De La Puente.
Love 30.
GB looking on. Similar service game that De La Puente just had. A couple big returns and a double fault. See De La Puente throughout this match with his defense. You'll see him running into stuff, pushing into stuff. Very fast, very grindy player, very typical Spanish player. Think of Nadal, that style of play. Heavy topspin. Second break point opportunity for De La Puente. Yeah, great point from Hewitt. Waiting for him to get the up again, waiting for himself to get the opportunity, push forwards, looking for the short ball, and then he's going to punish that short ball.
Advantage, De La Puente.
Double fault number 2. Hewitt good to get back into this game after being 40 love down.
Yes.
2 double faults and 1 ace. I see a lot of energy and coming from De La Puente, a lot of talking to himself. From De La Puente, moving in, taking it early, going inside out on that forehand. You see the push here. Quick racket turn, great racket acceleration. Hewitt really far back in the back of the court, but very, very good racket acceleration and height over the net. See the players on the return to serve, starting back, moving around a lot, get their wheels in motion, and then pushing forward 2 or 3 big pushes. Chairs want to stay in motion. He's saying pulled back off of it. It's got to keep the body still. Saying he's shaky. Nerves, maybe food. Could be either one of those. Had to wait around a fair amount of time for this match. De La Puente not doing enough, has to get the ball out of the middle, can't give Hewitt balls in the center of the court. Hewitt doing a really good job after that one error on the backhand where he said he pulled up off of it, keeping his body nice and still, hitting high and heavy to De La Puente's backhand. And that sets him up with 2 break points. Hewitt is with the break. He's still saying he's shaky. See whether his team gives him some food or whether it's just nerves. Okay. Hewitt leads 2-1. able to talk to their coaches now, the same side, so just a few sentences at a time. From De La Puente, sees how far back in the court Hewitt is, and last minute is able to change that grip, disguise the slice very well right there, and for the drop shot winner. So from Hewitt, takes a little bit of pace off and kicks it out wide. Return from De La Puente, big push forward, flattens it out, uses the pace of Hewitt's serve. Aggressive, flattening out that return of serve. Racket back super early. Now it's De La Puente with a couple of breaks. Almost there, just misses by a couple of inches, but Hewitt, seeing De La Puente in trouble, way in the backdrop, comes in and has an easy volley to the open court. De La Puente there, really good stab from Hewitt to get that volley back in the court, making De La Puente just hit one more shot. The lob's always effective. Caught the top of the racket here. And we're tied up at 2-all. Both players returning so very well right now, pushing forwards early with the backhand down the line. De La Puente trying to lift his chair up off the ground to try and get that return. players moving forward.
Love 13.
Yeah, again, Hewitt just
Love 14.
pushing forwards, not doing too much with it. He's got the whole body behind it as he's coming in. Walks the return inside out. And now it's break point for Hewitt.
Game, Hewitt.
Hewitt with the break. And Hewitt leads 3 games to 2. First set.
Hewitt leads by 3 games to 2. Turn. Prenez place, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
What a great point there. De La Puente with the amazing half volley pickup, but Hewitt so quickly up to that ball and able to control it with the forehand cross court.
15 love.
Just pulling off that backhand a little bit too quickly.
Fifteen, 13.
forehand angle winner set up by that beautiful kick serve out wide. Able to create great angle. Break point for De La Puente. Hewitt just with a couple of the backhand misses. De La Puente continues to be aggressive on the return of serve. De La Puente with a couple of opportunities there. Had the ball on his racket, but just going for a little bit too much.
Hewitt leads by 4 games, 2-2.
Hewitt has the hold and a 4-2 lead in the first set. Hewitt taking the pace off that backhand and catching a little bit later. And for the inside-out backhand winner. De La Puente's unforced errors numbers creeping up, and with that gives Hewitt 3 break point chances. Yeah, very simple, very confident Hewitt. And a simple, easy break for a 5-2 lead. First set.
Hewitt leads by 5 games, 2-2.
superbly well. Just having so much spin on his balls when they bounce, they're just jumping away from De La Puente. And then De La Puente, just when he does get his racket on the ball, trying to do a little bit too much. Feels the pressure from Hewitt if he doesn't. This time we've seen a little bit of sun trying to peek through the roof. Just like that, Hewitt has 2 set points. Frustrated with himself, but still has another set point opportunity. Like that. 31 minutes. First set to Hewitt. 6 games to 2.
6 games to come.
De La Puente spending a few minutes with his coach. And first set, the #1 seed, 6-2. Beautiful Eiffel Tower in the background. Paris has been the host to the Olympics and the Paralympics. Beautiful sights. And Hewitt will be very happy with this site with 14 winners to 6 unforced errors. Always great to have more winners than unforced errors. Does you very well in a tennis match. Hewitt starting off the match so very well, very, very strong. And then when De La Puente did have a few chances, just the unforced errors started coming in. This one was not one of them. Beautiful forehand put away. But after 2-2 and the holder serve from Hewitt, his first hold, it was all Hewitt to win the first set, 6-2. Both players taking a bathroom break as soon as they come back. Well, no, sorry, De La Puente's not. It is Hewitt taking a bathroom break. De La Puente taking the opportunity here to talk to his coach, Fernando. Set 2 getting ready to start as Alfie Hewitt comes back to the court. De La Puente having a nice long conversation with his coaching team. Fans got some dance time and some karaokeing. Players talking about how this is not like the other tournaments or the Grand Slams to them. The spectators have been at a different level. The support they've received is amazing, but definitely more of a party out here as well. Atmosphere, lots of singing, dancing. Players have appreciated the support. De La Puente needs to figure out what he's going to change for the second set. Going to do it fairly quickly. First 2 games were good. And then a lot of unforced errors started coming into play from De La Puente, just feeling the pressure, feeling like he has to do a little bit too much with each of those balls.
Second set. Martin De La Puente to serve.
But it's Martin De La Puente to kick us off for the second set. That return's been very successful for Hewitt.
15 love. Nets, passes.
That's where De La Puente just cannot give Hewitt, #1 player in the world, can't give them that many free points when you've got the points set up. A shot from Hewitt. That is definitely the shot of the match, possibly the shot of the tournament, going back for that lob, hitting the reverse backhand, but from behind his body. What an incredible shot right here. No look, backhand. Boom.
13-14.
Hewitt full of confidence, especially after that shot. That gives him 2 break points. Type of points that De La Puente needs. Get some confidence in the second set.
13-14.
Always difficult in the chair to hit the overheads. First thing you learn when you're playing tennis is when you hit the overhead, you turn your shoulders, you turn your body. A lot of times you're still going to have a little bit of shoulder rotation. However, it's more the coming square on, very hard to hit. Wow, what an unbelievable backhand. That's the confidence from Alfie Hewitt. And he starts us off in the second set with a break of serve.
First game, second set.
Again, Hewitt, so aggressive, so consistent, so confident. From De La Puente, lines that up, classic backhand, gets to it nice and quickly, rotates his shoulder, racket back early, and just drives straight through this ball. Yeah, huge backhand there from Hewitt, really finding his range on that backhand side after a few backhand unforced errors in the first set.
Hewitt leads by 2 games to love.
Easy hold for Hewitt. De La Puente's got to start thinking about changing his strategy quickly.
Love her team.
De La Puente, double fault number 2, just sure feels under a lot of pressure, just has to do so much with every shot, otherwise Hewitt's putting him under so much pressure. Probably wrong decision there, set himself. Would have been good for the slice, drop shot. Slight opportunity here for De La Puente to get on the board in the second set. Desperately needs this. That forehand down the line.
30.
Return. Couple pushes over. Net clearance. Again, just a really not powerful return from Hewitt, but just so deep right inside the baseline. And De La Puente not recovering quick enough. Wasn't given the time to recover quick enough. Hewitt just taking advantage of that return serve, just catching De La Puente out of position. And De La Puente not able to do anything with that return of serve. It's just coming back so quickly. Beautiful backhand down the line winner. He wants to hear it. He's feeling good. He has the breaker serve, and he has a 3-0 lead in the second set.
3 games to love.
I believe that De La Puente is asking for the trainer to come out on the court. Maybe his finger needs retaping. Hewitt asked if he could go talk to his coach, said yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the physio has been called to the court.
As we thought, the physio has been called to the court for De La Puente. Can do this on their changeovers. Looks like his thumb. His hands from pushing and just consistently on their chairs. They're so strong, but hands get lots and lots of calluses on, but lots of things can happen too. They have unlimited time to diagnose, and then they only have 3 minutes to actually fix the issue or put something on it. It's going to be very hard for them to put a Band-Aid on there or plaster. They need to put something on there with tape that's going to stick. Tapes, as soon as they start playing, it's going to come off. So get entertained by the ever so famous song that they've been singing.
Mr. De La Puente is now receiving medical timeout.
Just putting something over the callus there or blister just to protect it a little bit. Then I'm sure they'll tape it up. They just leave that on, won't stay on, it'll be off within a second. Said there's been tons of fans engagement, and this is one of the reasons. So much support for these athletes and great atmosphere. Band-Aid now going on. Don't know whether the Band-Aid will stay on too, but we'll see. Only needs to be some tape over the top of that. Hewitt just trying to stay warm. It's been a little cooler out today. The sun was just trying to peek through. That was the medical timeout for De La Puente, getting his right thumb taped.
Time.
And it'll be Alfie Hewitt serving at 3-0 and 1 set to love. good first point back from the medical timeout for De La Puente. He's going to need a lot more of these to get back in this match. De La Puente doing everything he can to get to those balls, but Hewitt's so calm and collected. Yeah, beautiful touch again by Hewitt. If you watch during the rally too, how much effort De La Puente has to put into every single ball, like his whole body. And Hewitt just is so smooth when he plays, so he's able to contain energy and just make his game very, very simple. There's an easy hold for Hewitt again.
Hewitt leads by 4 games to love.
Very, very solid match for Hewitt so far. First serve percentage only 50%, but he's winning 70% of those points, so that's very good. That's a great percentage. And 17 winners to 7 unforced errors. That's a nice ball from De La Puente, doing everything he possibly can to get himself fired up to stay in this match.
Net Rosalis.
Beautiful backhand. Just everything that De La Puente is pushing towards Hewitt. Hewitt just has an answer for it. And that beautiful backhand down the line winner. Disguising that forehand inside out beautifully, waiting to the last second.
13.
Choose to go inside out. Yeah, it's beautiful play from Hewitt. Pushing De La Puente way back in the court and then moving forward to take that forehand on the rise.
14.
Gives him a break point. A point away from a 5-love lead. Hewitt has nearly played a perfect match. He's got to be happy with his play so far, confident, just almost perfection.
Hewitt leads by 5 games to love.
And Hewitt is up 5-0 and by 1 set to love. And when we return, he will be serving for a place in the finals.
Time. Merci.
And Alfie Hewitt is serving for a spot in the men's wheelchair final. Oh, good point from De La Puente, but the fact that Hewitt was almost there, he knew that when he was that far back, he immediately was pushing up and almost got to it. But pushing forwards, all those hours of pushing and practicing and sprinting in the chair. But De La Puente still fighting. Yeah, beautiful. Taking that ball on the rise. Just seeing when De La Puente's in trouble. Really looking to come forwards and be aggressive. Alfie Hewitt is 2 points away from moving on to the gold medal match. Wow, De La Puente could not have played a better point. Huge forehand off the Hewitt slice, but Hewitt just able to get there so quickly with the forehand down the line. And that forehand down the line gives him 2 match points. And there it is, brilliance from the Brit as he moves on to the gold medal match in the 2024 Paris Paralympics. Couldn't have really played a better match or a more perfect match. Just an hour and 9 minutes. And he is moving on, 6-2, 6-0. He is going to be pleased with that match. In Rio, he got the silver in singles and silver in doubles. And he will be trying to beat that when he moves on and he is playing in the final for the gold medal. It's got to be one of the better matches he's played in a long time, Alfie Hewitt. And good match, good effort from De La Puente, never giving up. De La Puente will move to the bronze medal match for a chance to play for the bronze. Said he was the first Spanish player to reach the singles semi-final in any wheelchair category, so something for him to be very proud of. He'll be the one looking to go for bronze, but today it was all about Alfie Hewitt. 6-2, 6-0. What a match. Solid. Couldn't have been more perfect. He's got his flag with his picture on it. Paris 2024. Let's go, Alfie. He's going to be wanting to fly that for the gold medal in a few days. Match stats right there, as I said, just 26 winners for Alfie Hewitt, 7 unforced errors, just an hour and 9 minutes. He gets on the court and off the court very quickly. He's going to be very, very happy with that performance. Giving away some of his wristbands to the people that supported him. The crowd has been fantastic here in Paris. Got to be proud of his results here, but he's not done. Hardest match to come back to is to actually come back and play the bronze medal match after losing. Tennis players don't usually do that. Semis, you're out, but this is not any tennis tournament. It is the Paralympics, and we look at this. Alfie Hewitt, the first one to move through to the gold medal match, and awaits the winner of Fernandez and Oda. And then the loser of that match will meet Martin De La Puente for the bronze medal. Alfie signing some balls. Paris 2024. Going up high. Let's look at some of the highlights here. First 2 games of the match. First 4 games of the match, all breaks the serves. And then once Hewitt held, it was no holding him back. Nearly a perfect match.
30-14.
De La Puente did all that he could, but just was not strong enough today for Hewitt. There was nothing that Hewitt could do wrong, and there was nothing De La Puente could do to really hurt Hewitt. Hewitt with an unleashing of winners both on the forehand side and the backhand side. Even his coach saying, wow, pretty perfect match. And that was the time when he realizes he's moving through to the gold medal match and the men's singles finals here in Paris 2024. Signing a few autographs on his way out. It was the brilliant Brit that took down the Spanish player today. Nothing Martin De La Puente could do. Alfie Hewitt moves on to the gold medal match, the final of the men's singles, with a 6-2, 6-0 win. It's been a great day here in Paris. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again shortly.